There we go, now I can see stuff. Just need to do this for a second and delete that literal 3-second stream or something that I just did by accident. Okay, I don't think YouTube actually I don't think YouTube actually uploaded that 1-second stream, which is good because it was a fucking 1-second stream I did by accident. Oh my god. Okay, everything looks good to go now. So let me... There we go. Yeah, today I will be going through the requested video Planet Alcatraz. What if Vladimir Putin made an RPG by Warlockracy? Balkan schools were different by living ironically in Europe. Those were two suggestions from previous streams that I wanna take a look at, and I will then take a look at the review of Pathfinder 2 by Mandalore, and maybe possibly take a look at Badger's Best of 2023. Right now I'm considering it, but I don't know if I will end the stream with that or maybe do something different, like play, play a game or something like that. So yeah, let's get into it. A very yeah, I just thought about it, and this is gonna be a very like Eastern European / Russia centered stream by accident. Because I think Planet Alcatraz is a Russian originating game. And then we have obviously like a video about Balkan schools, a Russian-Badger video which is just tangentially related. I don't even know if he's Russian or if he's actually just calling himself that. Like I stopped believing names when I found out FPS Russia was not Russian. So, but yeah, let's get into it. So, yeah, this is obviously this is obviously some fucking underground ass game because I have never heard about Planet Alcatraz. So yeah, this was requested by a viewer. Planet Alcatraz, what if Vladimir Putin made an RPG by Warlockracy? I don't know if I should read that separately or together. And I have never seen anything by him. I know he makes a lot of I've seen that he makes a lot of reviews about like more of niche titles. I seen a little bit of his review of fuck, what was it? I used it as comparison in my under rail section of my review that I did. It's literally at the tip of my tongue. It's killing me that I can't remember the name. Fucking whatever. But yeah, I clicked on his channel, and he does a bunch of reviews of like niche titles that a lot of people, I assume, would not know. I'm at work, but enjoy the videos. Thank you. Seeing as you are a person who is Polish, I would love to see your reaction sometime in the future to Laserpig's The Legend of the Pure. Don't know what that is, but sure, I will check it out if it seems interesting. But yeah, let's get into this and see and see what Russians were cooking up. I'm assuming it's Russian. I don't really know if it's some other country. Then sorry for misidentifying it. I can't read Cyrillica, it's called in Polish. Don't know what it's called in Russian. Ukrainians use the same alphabet, I believe, but their language is different, so... Hey, no problem, Yoxlos. Enjoy your day, man. Ah, my throat is a little bit dry today.
Planet Alcatraz is a 2006 RPG in which a Soviet boomer explains what other races are really like and what the woman's role in society is. Consider this to be a content warning. There is no millennial RPG more politically incendiary than Planet Alcatraz. This video is more or less safe. But when you see Flowey from Undertale show up in the corner of the screen like this, it means something fucked up is about to follow. The reason it's unknown to foreigners...
So it's a propaganda RPG. I fucking love propaganda media, man.
...is because, well, the original is almost entirely written in untranslatable Russian prison jargon, and the English version is supposedly very heavily censored. You just know it's going to be an experience when a game starts with the lead writer walking to the camera to explain himself. Welcome to the video game...
The lead dev is called the Goblin? What?
Planet Alcatraz. The game is masterfully created based on a book I wrote. The book is about the difficult fate of the Special Operations Brigade Deadhead, best commandos in the galaxy. The game is also about these wonderful people. The man in front of you is Dmitry Goblin Puchkov. He is responsible for this game.
Okay, Goblin is nickname, obviously. For a second I was... His fucking last or second name is Goblin? What? No, that's a nickname, that's why it's in the middle.
And for about half of the Russian online culture. Born in 1961 in Kirovograd. Mother worked in a school for the disabled. Father was a Soviet instructor of the North Korean army. Dmitry was drafted in the military in 1980, drove a truck, became a sergeant. During the following turbulent period, he found employment as a taxi driver, blacksmith, locksmith, plumber, electrician, dog handler, librarian, assistant driller, engineer hydrogeologist, and a Xerox machine salesman. In 1990...
least like wildly talented man in a post-Soviet country. Jesus fucking Christ. My father also did like everything you can think of pretty much. I think the last thing he landed on, because he worked in a bunch of different factories in different sectors. He drove, he was conscripted, because I think Poland had like required military service. He did like seasonal manual labor abroad, which was pretty. It was pretty standard after Poland joined the European Union, because like picking strawberries or something in Belgium or Germany was a very good way to put bread on the table for fucking family back home. And then he eventually did a bunch of certifications and landed a really fucking well-paying job as a heavy machine operator. And then he drove like fucking bulldozers and steamrollers and other stuff for on German construction sites. And like, holy fuck, so many people like from my family will kinda live next to the border with Germany. So many people from my family like have a bunch of different specializations, know like at least 3 or 4 languages. The fall of Soviet Union and like was a crazy fucking time period from everything I heard from like my parents, because obviously like I was a child when that was happening. I felt its consequences, but I didn't really understand it. So, and I can only imagine what was happening in fucking Russia, which was like the literal epicenter of its fall.
1992, he became a cop, claims he read The Gulag Archipelago by Solzhenitsyn and wanted to see if it was all true. Puchkov changed a number of police-related professions. First, he worked with police dogs, then in a prison, and then as a criminal investigator. A journalist wrote an article critical of cops, calling them goblins in police coats. Puchkov took this as his online handle. When I said he invented half of the Russian online culture, that was barely an exaggeration. Puchkov ran and still runs one of the first blogs in the Russian internet. He translated foreign movies, wrote for early gaming magazines and websites. His specialization were boomer shooters, or as they were known back then, shooters. Quake was the favorite game. He wrote a lot about multiplayer tactics, early esports, about Team Fortress. Not this Team Fortress, not this Team Fortress, this one, the original. Puchkov authored several books.
Not even classic. The mod, okay.
To Pioneer. And here is Goblin a month ago in a Swastika event. That's the story so far, given the...
Hold on, I really gotta get fucking settled in this goddamn chair. But I can't seem to do so. I don't know why, but every time I stream, the fucking pillows that are supposed to make you more comfortable in the chair actually make me less comfortable, which is kinda insane. Okay, let's
the
go.
trajectory, we could see President Goblin at some point. So it makes sense for us to examine the art he makes. Planet Alcatraz is a role-playing game. As you complete the mission, you get to visit exotic places, meet colorful characters, and shoot them if you so wish. The game's story is non-linear. The consequences of words and actions might surprise you. Be careful. Understand that the game's events take place in a very peculiar place, a prison planet, populated with scum, rapists, murderers, cannibals, and racists. This garbage doesn't respond well to humane treatment. You'll have to be uncompromising and tough. We are a member of the sabotage and reconnaissance group Upir, which means a vampire or a ghoul in Russian. Seaman Silence is a prison planet somewhere on the periphery of our vast star empire. The planet's named after a really existing federal prison in Moscow. The Imperial Intelligence received word that the inmates are secretly assembling a starship. Our task is to infiltrate the planet undercover, posing as prisoners, find the location of the illegal starship, and destroy it.
So
This is what
So kinda like Chronicles of Riddick, right? With the fucking prison planet and all that.
Space travel looks like. The Empire is incredibly technologically advanced.
Главный герой игры – диверсант Кабан.
The protagonist of the game is a soldier called Kaban. As a man in the service, he doesn't just fuck around doing whatever. He executes the order given to him.
Настоящий интернационалист.
Kaban, the Space Marine, is a true internationalist. He equally hates moral freaks of any shade of skin color. The name means boar in Russian. We can tweak the appearance sliders here, but no matter what we do, Kaban will be distinctly Kaban-shaped. The RPG system is a dollar store Fallout. The Imperial weapon skill is kind of like the energy weapons in Fallout 1 and 2. It's meaningless to take it early, but the Imperial weapons are powerful late-game items. I select Thievery and Melee as Kaban's preferred skills, as is recommended by any guide.
Никто не уйдет.
Nobody will leave unsatisfied.
Thievery as damn, Thievery and Unarmed as recommended skills. That's weird. Usually in RPGs it's like, you know, speech or like yeah, either normal guns or energy weapons, but unarmed. Damn.
Irrespective of race and nationality. Kill them all.
This premise sounds wild.
Kaban wakes up after a crash landing. He was left for dead. His friends are gone. Two locals approach us. Sweet white
Yo, nice themes though. Holy.
man come alive. Me love alive white man better than dead. What be your name, princess? Planet Alcatraz plays kind of like an Infinity Engine game, although for the first half of the experience, Kaban will be adventuring solo. We won't reassemble our Space Marine squad until much later. I make Kaban gather potatoes. It's important to do this since the other notable difference between this and an Infinity Engine game is the potato-based combat system. In battle, the single most important variable is the number of healing consumables we have in our inventory, carrots and potatoes.
Okay.
The planet Alcatraz word for a black person is a Negro. It's not supposed to be derogatory. This used to be a common way of referring to people of African heritage in the post-Soviet space. Make a mental note that people who made this game almost certainly never met many black people, or possibly not even a single black person in their entire life. There simply weren't many individuals of African descent in the USSR.
Yeah, I wanna let him finish that thought and like pitch in.
We'll meet a character who explains that there are two distinct groups of black people on the planet. The first group are the sophisticated blacks who live near the Aryan town.
Okay, I don't know if he's gonna come back to that thought, so I'm just gonna say, even today in Poland and like other post-Soviet countries, there are obviously black people, like especially if you go to big cities with huge universities, there are a lot of people from all over the world, you know. You have exchange students from like China, Japan. I actually don't know if there were exchange students from China specifically. But you know, Japan, other Asian countries didn't really run into any. There surely have been some like Americans and Brits. Like at my university, I didn't know any personally, and there were a lot of people of color from like all over the place. So that is true for those like for obviously those big cities, but small cities where I came from, if a black person was just minding their own business, going to pick up groceries or whatever, a lot of older people, specifically older people, Polish boomers, if you will, they would literally look at him like that. I literally saw, there was, I think, a son of an American soldier stationed in Poland was going to the same school as me, and he was black. And we were still like very, very fucking young. And I remember it was so wild to me, all the looks he got while just going down the street. I never fucking understood this. Obviously, when I grew up a little, I knew why they were looking at him. But yeah, that's true. People of color make up such a minuscule, like the smallest micro percentage of population in places like Poland. I assume Ukraine and Russia are exactly the same in that regard. Obviously, the closer to modern day you are, the less true it is, because there's constantly something going on. Like in my small town where I came from, I know that before I kinda like moved out, a lot of Americans came to live there for some time, to like be stationed there or train or whatever, and they brought their entire families, and a lot of them were black. So a lot of people, a lot more people of color were like seen around my small shitty town. So they probably, it's probably not, you as a person of color, you wouldn't get so many looks, but still, it's hard to explain to foreigner like just how alien black culture is to a fucking Polish boomer. Like, holy shit. It's just unexplainable. Like that they don't understand. Yeah, it's gonna be impossible for me to explain it to you, but yeah, people, what Warlockracy said in this video is true. Most of the developers working on this game probably never even like seen a person of color in their entire fucking life, like in person, of course, not on TV or whatever.
They seem to have been modeled based on Russian understanding of what the African-American culture is like. And the second group are essentially just European colonial stereotypes, like the old ones from the Age of Sail. Members of this community are portrayed as stupid, they believe in magic spells, and are too dumb to speak the human language properly. Another major ethnic group are the Asians, or the Chinamen, like the game calls them. They dress in Japanese clothing, use weapons from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and say L instead of R. And then, much later, we'll meet the Aryans, who dress in Wehrmacht uniforms and occasionally use German words in dialogue. The Aryans are hated by everybody, by the Asians, blacks, and even other whites. A white man from a flying box. My spear will beat your spear. When the game disrespects someone, it makes fun of the way they talk. As we are about to battle the inhabitants of the little tutorial camp, the two survivors from the pod are about to make their escape. It's a little confusing, but these two are not our squad members, just some random inmates that arrived with us.
На месте стой!
Stop! I came here for you, victims of justice. My name is Hamster, and from now on you are my daughters. Move it, mutants. March! It's important to avoid getting surrounded, because even weak enemies can stunlock you.
Бой!
Doing battle is the only way of achieving victory.
How can you get fucking stunlocked in a game like this? That's a little confusing.
In battle, says Kaban the philosopher. The inventory management mechanics are fairly sophisticated, more so than combat. You can play dress up, there are several layers of clothing, kind of like in Morrowind. Most of the early game guns are one-shot improvised firearms, like the pipe weapons from Fallout 4, except these are discarded after use. Back when they were making this game, there was this popular movie about a veteran of the war in Chechnya going to New York to take revenge on an American businessman. The movie had a scene with an improvised firearm that looked very similar to the ones featured in the game. The final thing to do in the tutorial is to kill the gorilla monster. Thanks to all the carrots we collected, this is trivial.
Бля, браслеты ослабь, у меня руки затекли.
Kaban managed to surprise the mysterious man from earlier, but then he himself gets surprised. Promzona means industrial zone. It's a walled prison where inmates work until they die. A gulag. I like this concept art a lot. The ghouls in charge collect the disoriented prisoners dropped from orbit and work them to death, making something.
Это чё,
So, we only got 3 of them? From a full drop? The chest fell hard. Many got crushed. There was a squabble. We got whoever we could.
что у него сифилис.
No reason to squabble over this one. Don't you see he has a stage 3 syphilis? The zone is huge, and this is just one area out of several. Feels a little over-designed. This is not the world map. This is the Promzona map. It's basically a city. Our goal is to escape. In this dialogue, we can choose to either be polite or rude to the guard, and this is the single most important choice in the Promzona. If we talk shit, they put us in the isolation, where we meet this guy, who tells us about his escape plan. If we follow this branch, we eventually become a local electrician, I think. But if we are polite to the guards, who are very clearly a privileged caste in the gulag, we can become one of them. So, be rude, become an electrician. Be polite, become a guard. You can't claim the choices here don't have consequences, except the sad consequences are a little random and arbitrary.
Слышь, Гомер?
That's
Hey
true.
Goover, a new arrival is extra confrontational, not accustomed to discipline. We thought he was your kind of patient. Let's appreciate just how good the combat theme is. It's energetic and, I don't know, ironic, fits the tone of the game well. Unfortunately, Planet Alcatraz has very few music tracks, but a lot of
I'm sitting and waiting for the stream to start, and it turns out it has already started. Lol. Yeah, I had a little bit of a fucking problem with the recording software. It didn't want to show me like what I usually see on screen, and I had to restart, so maybe that caused it. I don't know, the thing where you schedule streams doesn't seem to be fucking working properly, or I don't understand something. YouTube works in mysterious ways, what can I say? Anyway, welcome back to the stream, man. Good to see you.
combat. We'll be hearing this track a lot. The main issue I have with this place is that being a gulag, it's very bland visually. But the game suddenly became a lot more fun once I learned that you get experience for stealing items. It's very easy to steal crap from other inmates, and you get XP per item based on its value. I got 2 levels in 5 minutes.
Damn, that's honestly pretty in-depth. Usually stealing is such a fucking afterthought of a mechanic in most RPGs. Like, I never ever had to steal anything in my entire run of Fallout 1 and 2, for example. The only fun thing to do that had to do with stealing in Fallout 1 and 2 is that you could put a fucking bomb into someone's pocket, and start the timer. And they just fucking blew up. It was great.
It's an actual functioning industrial facility. And this is what they make here in the Gulag. Guns. We are asked to test fire some of the designs and then give our opinion on them. Kaban is a space marine, so he's knowledgeable in this kind of stuff. Selling all the garbage we stole, becoming a prom-zona oligarch. The assets in the mine, all the garbage we stole.
His inventory, oh my fucking god. It's just it's potatoes. I'm assuming some kind of vodka or beer. What is that, bread? And fucking carrots and mushrooms. Oh my god.
Becoming a prom-zona oligarch. The assets in the mines feel like they were borrowed from another game, which they might have been. Planet Alcatraz was made on the engine of Dawn of Magic, a fantasy RPG that looks like this. And here is a screenshot of a very early prototype with sprite graphics. I like this style. This is the engine Knyaz was made on, another little-known fantasy RPG. Prom-zona is multi-ethnic. The leader of one of the black factions is called Snowball, which is a Stanley Kubrick reference. Dmitry Puchkov didn't become famous for writing Quake articles. He became famous for translating foreign movies. Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket had one of them Goblin translations. The game references the movie several times.
Хари Кришна, Хари Рама, Хари Смеха Панорама.
Smekho Panorama is a Russian stand-up TV show from the 90s. Dad humor. What does it have to do with the game? Nothing. It rhymes with Rama, which is a Hindu god Kaban invokes to make fun of the Gulag cultists. You see why this game is untranslatable. A gym. They have a bench.
Yeah, some things just have too much to do with the culture to make the jump from one language to another. Like, you need to be an excellent translator to be able to translate shit like this. That's why, like, the woman who translated Shrek into Polish got an award for how fucking amazing her translation was, because a lot of things said in Shrek reference, of course, fairy tales and childhood stories and whatever. And some of those are different in Polish. And like, those were worked into the story so fucking good that some of the scenes in Polish Shrek are entirely different, have completely different context and meaning than those in English Shrek. So I also fucking hate the dubbing for English Shrek.
Another bench, and this thing for squats that can double as a bench. This is the most bro gym ever, and I completely approve.
Хоп, хей, ла-ла-лея, где вопросы, где ответ?
Kaban dancing and singing is the effect of alcohol or drugs. A gulag discotheque. Eventually, Goover, the boss, promotes us. He complains that the inmates are fleeing prom-zona on a train. Interesting. The game's UI has a dedicated button for extorting money. Kaban yells a bunch of obscenities, and the victim either surrenders their possessions or tells him to go fuck himself. I think it depends on the authority stat or whatever it's called. Unfortunately, Kaban's comfy life in the gulag is about to come to an end. It's all because of a misunderstanding.
So often find that Russian games are mostly translated with loss of meaning. Yeah. He said at the beginning of this video, I don't know if you caught that. Like, this game had an English translation that not only censored the game, but a lot of the meaning, I assume. Like, a lot of jokes and like inside references were probably lost. Like, that happens to products from all over the fucking world, you know.
The driver is chained to the train. Says if we fight off the black shirts, we can escape together. I didn't even say yes.
Ты,
Hey, you scabic mite! Who give you permission to come near the train? We are under orders to kill for this kind of shit. Brothers, we have another Aryan spy! Get him! The guards don't stand a chance, cause we're so over-leveled thanks to all that pickpocket XP. Finally, we're somewhere else. The Promzona episode isn't terrible, but it really started to drag by the end.
Хоп, хей, ла-ла-лей,
Come on, this is not a good time. These sounds. That's a human pretending to be a giant mutant rat that's dying. Speaking of things pretending to be something they're not, the game was masterfully created based on the book I wrote. I don't want to give you a false impression that I'm a reader of books, a booker, is that the term? Thanks to your Patreon donations, I can now do this. You know what this reminds me of? Same energy. This book is fucking weird. It begins with a short science fiction story about Kaban the Space Marine, but then it goes, the soldiers were taught warfighting skills via training simulations. The one the army used was called Quake. Most people thought it was a video game, but the soldiers knew what's up. The reason it was considered to be a video game is because the simulation was based on the real events. And then, I shit you not, the book transitions from a science fiction novel to a player guide on Quake multiplayer. This is what 60 or 70% of it is. Strategy, terminology, console commands, team fortress classes, tactics for individual maps. This section contains detailed instructions on how to record and play match recordings, or demos how they were called. Puchkov even name drops a bunch of famous players from his era, most notably Thrash, who was the guy who won Carmack's Ferrari in a Quake game against Entropy in 1997. Well, this is certainly not what I expected.
Okay.
Back to Planet Alcatraz. Welcome to Severny. The name means northern town, the biggest settlement in the game, possibly the biggest on the planet.
Ну, понятно.
Smells like the insides of a dead man's asshole. I can feel the stench with my ears. The homeless person informs us that the Gulag escapees are usually sent back to the Promzona. We should change clothes.
Хоп, хей,
Stop it! The poorest district of Severny. Looks like a giant trash heap, but I do like that the people here are no longer dressed in blue robes. The item description says, clothing for homosexuals and prostitutes. A marine would be embarrassed to wear this. Our dudes aren't actually called Marines. The game uses the Russian word for paratrooper, so we're like interstellar paratroopers. In the Soviet and Russian military culture, paratroopers occupy the same space as Marines do in the United States. More badass than the army, less badass than special forces. So I'm gonna just call them Marines for simplicity's sake. We are still wearing some of the clothing from the Promzona, so the gangsters recognize us. I could have reloaded, but effort. Opening locks and pickpocketing gives more XP than quests and murder. The homeless person has 3 guns in his...
That's fucking insane that you actually get more EXP in this game for stealing shit rather than doing quests. Now I understand why it is recommended to take the like thievery skills at the beginning of the game. Now it makes way more sense. What a weird game, what the
He must be
fuck?
from Space America.
О, гляди-ка.
A Russian game, so a lot of alcohol and vodka-related humor. Translation not required. Stealing from this guy gave me more XP than clearing a map full of monsters. Convicts would randomly engage in these little social fights with one another.
Алле, мужик.
We're looking for the hijacker of the Promzona train. Do you know anything about this? We should move on. A dozen stalls in the market district, and there is a dedicated vendor selling sexy clothing.
Еще один к тебе, черныш.
His fucking outfit! I've seen this video before and I still don't understand. Does the reviewer know Russian or what? Yeah. I'm assuming he's Russian if he's talking about this. Like I can't imagine it being like, you know, something else.
Priest puts us in contact with Blackie, an Imperial agent working on the planet undercover. He is our commanding officer. Behave, soldier, or I'll bring in a pair of strong Negroes. They'll teach you to love the Empire. So what do you want of me? You can rub the floor, the toilet is clogged, you can give me a pedicure, or you can find and wash all our socks. These guys really are Imperials. The guards are armed with Imperial blasters. That's endgame tech. We can't steal them, unfortunately. This is when the game opens up. Severney is like our Baldur's Gate, a hub for questing and trading. The quests open locations on the world map. The encounters don't appear to be random, however. Some of these locations are generic and honestly quite boring, but there are different biomes, with different biome-appropriate creatures, like whatever this is, or this ostrich-looking thing. It reminds me of something I've seen in the Planet Alcatraz documentary.
Монстров, которые ходят на двух ногах.
Initially, all our creatures had to be bipedal, so we made an ostrich. But it wasn't a common ostrich, it's a space ostrich. It has paws instead of wings, and it poisons you, a hellish creature from a nightmare. It ended up being the funniest monster in the game. It migrated to the 3D version. We came up with all sorts of creative legends about the relationship between the ostriches and the Negroes. Ostriches think that, well, they don't think anything, but the Negroes think the ostriches are undercover Chinamen who hunt Negroes out of hatred for Negroes, and they spit on them until they're comatose. Ostriches have a poisonous bite.
А на самом деле страусы это
What the fuck?
выведенный арийцами.
But actually, the ostriches are engineered by the Aryan faction to guard the future Negro concentration camps. At one point, we even had the idea of placing serial numbers on the ostriches, but we couldn't do it for technical reasons. Or maybe we can paint swastikas, we thought. But basically, it was very funny. Ostriches are cool. Blackie has an
Man, that's a very deep and very disturbing backstory for one single fucking enemy unit in the game. It's not even an enemy unit. It's a monster. It's an animal. So what the fuck? Do you find out any of that in game, or is that just from that fucking documentary?
for us. It's
Jesus
about time we taught the
Christ.
Chinamen a lesson. They killed a valuable agent of ours. He brushes away an invisible tear. We are to invade the Yellow Quarter and brutalize Chief Ho from the Golden Rooster, a restaurant. By the way, Kaban, says Blackie, do you know why beekeepers wear masks? No. Why? So that the bees won't find out what they look like. He gives us a mask.
Кто обидел черныш?
Whoever offended Blackie should die painfully.
Начинаем операцию Харьки.
Commencing Operation Hamster in the Henhouse. Follow me, Eagles. My kung fu is stronger than yours, they yell. The first challenging battle in the game. Our guys are very awkward to control. The UI just doesn't feel as responsive as in the Infinity Engine games. The foes have a diverse arsenal of weapons, from knives to guns to throwing stars with poison applied. Oh yes, the sword. This is the aesthetic I was going for with Kaban. A sword, shorts, and an Asian hat to imitate a cope cage.
Bro unironically looks like a fucking Kenshi character at this point.
Что было, шеф, что было?
You should have seen
Most likely from an interview. Yeah, but I'm just wondering, like, if you can find out any of that information, like, in game. Is it part of the lore, or is it part of like an inside joke of the developers? Because sometimes the developers have like those ideas and then they decide, you know, oh, that's fucked up to actually put in game, so let's not speak about that in game, like things like that.
Chief, we beat the Chinese hard, but with grace. We did an Old Man Ho, worked on him myself. A heel broke off from my shoe. In short, I think he's dead, but I'm not 100% on this.
Отменно.
Very good. Excellent news, soldier. The service thanks you.
The weakest Chinese worker in the field.
Служу империи.
Serving the Empire. We got a nice new helmet. It looks good on you, Kaban, says Blackie. Like you were born in it. When a bullet hits the head, the brain shouldn't splash the individuals around you, sir, replies Kaban. The White Quarter. I love the music. The locals dress well. The roads are paved. You can target individual body parts, just like in Fallout. Critical strike in the head means decapitation. Just look at us, the prestigious gentleman Kaban. This is not canon, by the way. Kaban hated men who dress well. He never considered them to be people, since they knew neither life nor the service, and were made out of material fundamentally different from what he was made of. Kaban thought the material these wretched creatures were made of was dog poop. The writing in the game is better than in the book. A plantation on a prison planet. It is with a heavy heart.
I can't get over that book. What the fuck was the purpose of that book? It's probably the role they gave ostriches but didn't add that to the game. Yeah, that's what I would assume.
That I must announce that white people are at it again. Yet to meet a single woman character that wasn't a prostitute. Furious Fist, a fighting ring. The African trainer here can increase our melee skill for 10,000 bucks, which I think is a good deal. This young man's fiancée was kidnapped by thugs and brought here to the planet as a female slave. Worry not, my dude. Kaban is a protector of womenfolk. Or not?
На выход вещи.
Head to the exit. Leave your things here. Okay, please don't hurt me.
Хотя...
On the other hand, wait just a second.
чуток.
And then he fucks her. There is no player input. I thought about removing this segment from the video, but then if I did, it would misrepresent what kind of game this is. Kaban takes a piss on the floor of the brothel, and then tells the woman she should leave, since this is now a man's restroom. What a strange emotional curve this fucking game has. From jokes to pogroms to jokes again to sexual violence to jokes.
Бордель остался рти.
The church of whatever the local religion is called.
I'm not even sure how to fucking comment on that.
None of the NPCs
Jesus
here are
Christ.
interactable. That's a comfy-looking establishment. Reminds me of the bars in Kenshi. That game fucking owned. Let's start a
Yeah.
fight. One fun Fallout-esque feature is that if you steal these guys' weapons, they won't be able to use them in combat. I'm not sure if I like the firearm aesthetic in this game. Guns don't have much of an identity, at least not visually. I can never remember what the different types are called. About to check out Planet Alcatraz' vibrant gay scene. Like everything Kaban does, it ended in violence. Despite the geographical isolation, people in the Asian village seem to be more well off compared to the whites in Severny, or at least they have more stuff in their pockets. Quite a few interesting original assets. Too bad the engine makes everything look like shit. Age of Decadence also has this problem. I've been reading the book some more. It's crazy to think about, but everything we've seen so far is Puchkov's interpretation of what the Quake extended universe would look like. Coincidentally,
What? The fuck? Where do you find that lore in Quake?
do you know who else was a Quake gamer with a massive impact on online culture? Rich Kiyanka, the guy behind Something Awful, who prior to that used to run GameSpy's Planet Quake. Puchkov is really an even more evil version of Low-Tax, but funnier and better at the actual game probably. He really is a man of culture when it comes to Quake. Like in this section, Goblin, who is both the author and the character in the book, signs praises to Dario Casali, a Doom mapmaker responsible for some levels in Final Doom, who then also worked on Half-Life 1 and 2, Left 4 Dead, Portal 2, but most of this was long after Puchkov's book was written. We should stop fucking around and reassemble our Space Marine squad. One of our guys is being sold.
Now that Kenshi has been mentioned, oh, can't see that on the fucking stupid ass. I don't know why. When I look at the chat, there is this fucking stupid ass heart in the corner, and it literally fucking obscures the chat that I'm trying to read, and I don't know how to get rid of it. I fucking hate it. Fuck you, YouTube, or whoever is doing this. I don't I'm assuming it's a YouTube thing because it's showing up here in the OBS also. God fucking damn it! I just want to read the chat. Now that Kenshi has been mentioned, you got a good video. Well done. Yeah.
The slave market.
I mean, this is a very interesting. This is a very interesting game because it's from a culture. It's not from a culture that's alien to me because a lot of countries in the Eastern Europe, who were basically ruled by Soviet Union, have a lot of overlap in their cultures, even if they have different languages and whatever. So like culturally, I can understand where a lot of this game is coming from and what the creators meant and whatever. But yeah, this game never made it here, obviously, because like he said, it's impossible to translate this game from Russian to any other language. So because it references specific like Russian movies, translations, TV shows. So this video is very interesting to me in that sense that I will probably never get to play this and fully understand it. So getting it translated by a person who I'm assuming is Russian is the next best thing. So it's very, very interesting look at a very fucked up game, seemingly.
It's gloomy. The price is 10,000 coins, but the slaver is willing to exchange our friend for 2 black slaves. One is available right here at the market. The game's UI seems to have a dedicated slot for temporary characters. They don't have dialogue and their inventories are inaccessible. A lot of effort went into making this animation. I'm not gonna bore you with details, but this quest eventually culminates in Kaban fighting a horde of starved townsfolk. Pretty sure AOD had a quest like this. That game comes up a lot. Gloomy is freed and he joins our group as a permanent companion. His scout skill is almost maxed out, but he has surprisingly low perception. Quite a few points invested in pistols and shotguns, so he's like a close-range gunfighter. The locals would randomly make fun of our naked companion, telling him to bend over.
Да, я принципиальный.
Yes, I'm principled, but I'm not a moron, one of his idle voice barks. Gloomy marks a bunch of new locations on our map, including this one, an Imperial supply capsule, I think. Kiting, the most dumbass of tactics, breaks many RTWP games, and Planet Alcatraz is no exception. Black people have their own district in Severny, which was just now unlocked for us to visit. This location is called the Dance Floor. The trader here sells rappers' pants, one of the very few places in the game where women aren't prostitutes. Instead, they are factory workers. The mountain biome has its own music track and creatures. Quite a few different creatures. We get word
Those fucking hedgehogs, what
that
the
our fellow
hell?
troop Kruger is captured by the cannibals who live somewhere in the jungle east of Severny. The huge gorillas look dangerous, but they actually fail to land a single hit. The cope cage protects us. The cannibal settlement has its own concept art, which looks great. Eating people is a ritualistic, religious thing. The cannibals are a cult. They won't allow us access until we disavow whatever the religion in Severny was called. Quite a few unique assets in the village. Every big community in this game has its own style of architecture, which is just a good RPG practice. We are invited to an audience with someone called Father Wendigo, but our captured mate Kruger keeps communicating with gestures that something terrible will happen if we go see him.
Давненько мы не виделись.
It's been a while.
Уж думал, никогда
I thought I'd
больше
never
такой
smell anything
вонь
this
не получу,
awful
что
ever
ты
again.
говоришь.
You should wash my socks then. It would be better if I drown you in a toilet to make this wasp's nest unlivable. Kruger is a sniper with 9 points in perception and no points in rifles. We'll have to fix this. Holy shit, this is the single most expensive firearm I've seen in this game. An Aryan Town manufactured machine gun that costs 500,000 Alcatraz rubles or whatever the local currency is called. It's too big to steal. The cannibals are fantastically well armed. The NPCs selling slaves to the cannibals are called Highlanders, which is actually a reference to Chechnya. There is this Russian belief that the minorities, the mountain folk, kidnap and enslave tourists. This country is a mess. Much of the Russian politics is defined by the struggle of two political forces, the Alliance and the Horde, the intelligentsia and the Siloviki. A Silovik is someone with a background in security services, FSB, KGB. This game was made by an ex-cop, which is like a lesser Silovik. The cops are goblins to the FSB orcs. Much of what foreigners think they know about the Russian Siloviki culture was actually made up by Tom Clancy to sell shitty political thrillers. Americans tend to think of the FSB or KGB officials as a foreign version of their own spooks, state-employed intelligence professionals, but in Russian hats. In reality, the Silovik culture is more like a combination of QAnon and respect-obsessed gangster culture, and they differentiate themselves from the intelligentsia by being proudly anti-intellectual. There is a world of deranged Silovik shit obscured from you by the language barrier. Is it possible our enemies are undercover Jews working for the British Crown, which secretly rules the world? The Americans tried to exterminate us with COVID. NATO bioweapon labs in Ukraine will take revenge on America by using Soviet technology to cause the eruption of Yellowstone volcano. Stratagem Gamma activated. Stratagem Gamma activated. One of the reasons the Silovik culture is practically unknown to foreigners, despite being ubiquitously present anywhere in Russia, is that the Siloviki, they don't really make art. They are not the intelligentsia. This is one of the many layers of complexity that make Planet Alcatraz a unique experience. It's an incredible...
Ah, that's very, very interesting. Holy shit. I did not expect to get a look at that culture through the lens of like this video.
rare example of Silovik art. Rescue in Kruger unlocks access to the Asian Quarter in Severny. Previously it was arbitrarily locked. The side quests we did was the only way of getting here earlier. The houses are very clean and nice looking. This is the only place in the game that actually looks comfortable to live in. Kaban is very enthusiastic about potentially learning Kung Fu from the sensei here. This little building turned out to be a prison where the Asians kept a jailed Aryan whom we've accidentally rescued. Freedom! Thanks, man. The Reich will not forget this. Move it, Uncle Fascist. Get out of here. Well, hello. Hands up, bitch. I be forgetting that this scum sat there for 3 days waiting execution. Kill him, yes? The master race went to Heavenly Reich. The ninja wants us to travel around the neighborhood and kill people for him. Easiest side quest.
I mean, for all of the things, this game does really poorly and fucked up and not understanding of any culture. Shooting fascists' heads off always like never gets old, so it gets points for that for sure.
Best ever. The bad guy thought it was a stump, and then the sniper blew his brains out. It rhymes in Russian. The third victim is in a public place, and the ninja master recommends us to lure him somewhere more private. It's important to do this, since the game actually does have a crime and punishment system. The cops will come after you if they witness the Space Marines doing illegal shit. This is simultaneously the most fun and the worst combat encounter in Planet Alcatraz. I had to reload 5 times, and all because of shit design. A group of Asians is attacked by a horde of bandits. There are a total of 5 waves. Stray bullets keep hitting squad mates who kept aggroing on the Asians. But when the battle actually worked, it was glorious. So many bodies. Thank you, oh great white warrior. To commemorate this victory, I make myself a tattoo on my belly. The reward is a 4-barrel shotgun for Gloomy. The game has a weapon modding feature. You can attach a scope or an underbarrel grenade launcher to some guns. This little location is called the Policeman Camp. The policemen, like you probably guessed, are a gang. Sort of like the cannibals, but their favorite weapon is a shotgun instead of a machine gun. In combat, Caban would sometimes bark out a racial slur. This is based on the ethnicity of the specific individual he's fighting. The policemen are multiracial, so all kinds of language is used. Let's rob a bank. When a character receives a critical hit, they'll drop their weapon.
I shouldn't even be surprised that one of the battle cries of your main character is literally a racial slur. Holy shit.
When fighting multiple enemies, the volume of fire is so large that you would receive many critical hits in a row. Surprise! Planet Alcatraz has flying creatures. You need ranged weapons to hit them. This is the only encounter type Caban can't solve with a katana. The monastery encounter is a reenactment of the boomer shooter Blood 1 inside of a boomer RPG. The yellow-robed cultists are armed with submachine guns and rifles. The black ones have pitchforks and are almost entirely harmless.
Ну чё, ща будем мочить всех в сортире.
Caban threatens to kill his enemies in a toilet, which is a reference to something Vlad Banana said during the Second Chechen War, where he promised to kill the nation's enemies everywhere, anywhere, even while they're taking a dump. The main quest eventually leads us to the village of Mombaso. Quite a few settlements in this game. That music. Not a whole lot to do in Mombaso, unfortunately. And then we get to Aryan Town, one of the larger communities on the planet.
Не ходи туда.
Don't go there. The fortress is under siege. The monkeys are enraged. Take me off this thing. I want to die like a white man.
Heil Reich!
The Aryan fortress is under siege by what appears to be an internationalist coalition of blacks, Asians, and whites. The Aryans have their own technology, like this SMG designed to resemble the actually existing Nazi MP40. The Darth Vader mask is good enough for me to permanently retire Caban's cope cage. The board says whites only.
Товар, однако, есть.
We have goods. Allow us inside to trade, master.
Читать умеешь?
Can you read, you monkey?
Тебя написано.
Well, this is different. The Aryans speak Russian with a German accent and dress in Wehrmacht style.
That's so fucking funny. That is legitimately hilarious.
Uniforms. It's like something out of a Hearts of Iron mod. The last miss.
Man, they should have gone the route of Metro, where it's like it's a Russian faction of it's a Russian faction of fascists, essentially creating like the Fourth Reich or something. When you make them specifically to resemble the Nazis or Wehrmacht or whatever, and then you make them speak fucking Russian with a German accent, that just comes out funny.
Member of our Space Marine squad is kept somewhere in the fortress, but Demon, that's the troop's name, has an escape plan. There is supposed to be a fifth character, but we won't meet him in this game. That's saved for the sequel. The Sabotage and Reconnaissance Squad Upir is reassembled. 4 ugliest motherfuckers on planet Alcatraz.
Подходит ко мне иной раз.
Sometimes a person would approach me, they would look at my face, and then they would no longer approach me. The Aryan Town is the second or third biggest settlement on the planet. Depends on if you count Promzona as a settlement or not. The comfy, European-y-looking fortress is surrounded by slums where the non-Aryans live.
После менингита
Meningitis either kills you or makes you stupid. My brother died, but I survived. Barbarossa is a bar and a gun store. They sell very good assault rifles. I think
I still can't tell if this is a very subtle critique of that kind of macho cop military culture or not, because some of the things they are saying are legitimately making fun of themselves, but are also fucking hilarious. So I'm not sure I'm not sure what the intended message of this game was.
I think I'll buy one. We need to equip our boy Demon. Frau Gerda here is an extraordinary case of a woman in this game that is not a sex worker. In the wilderness, not far from the city, a Nazi is having a zombie problem.
Achtung, случилась катастрофа.
It's a catastrophe, a failed scientific experiment. The secret weapon of the Reich went out of control. I don't get it. Are the dead mutants a secret weapon? Yes, oh my god. Basically, our Negro subject suddenly went mad. Looks like we made a mistake dosing the special Aryan medicine. Or perhaps we held them in the gas chamber for too long. Run as fast as you can.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Zombies can soak a lot of damage, but are easily dispatched with headshots. Private Kaban himself, look at that. Our people are everywhere. Margaritka here is a member of a woman-only squad. They're sort of like us, but gender-swapped. The Nazis captured some of their number and are using them for their sick experiments. Characters can crouch and lie down. I didn't mention this before because it's a lot less useful than it sounds. The game's difficulty sharply spikes after rescuing Demon. This is uncommon in boomer RPGs. Almost all of them have a reverse difficulty curve. Anyway, this is a sequel.
Very true. A lot of RPGs like start off like the starting point is the hardest point, and then like as you acquire more resources, the difficulty just goes away entirely.
Hook.
Продолжение из высоких маркетинговых соображений.
Out of marketing concerns, I thought the sequel should be about women. So we created a little side quest about the reconnaissance team Margaritka. Women sent to a planet where there are no women, so they could conduct their sabotage work while remaining undetected. This is supposed to be a prologue for a sequel about women with tons of sexism and misandry. Dmitry said we shouldn't do this plotline. Many people asked what purpose does this serve? Why does this little side quest seem so out of place in the atmosphere, in the setting of the game? The answer to this question is, I told the designer to make this questline and he couldn't tell me no. These are my favorite characters, nobody else likes them. Power armor is a fun RPG trope, and we are about to see Puchkov's take on it. The policemen are fighting the Asians, who cleverly defend their position with a minefield of poisonous mushrooms. This is exactly what I expected it to look like. The prisoner-made suit makes one near invulnerable to bullets, but slows your movement speed quite a bit. There is a perk we can take to counteract this, but it seems like something one should plan in advance. The power armor is named after Puchkov's movie translation brand. Delivered from the word cunt, it means a catastrophic state of affairs. What the fuck? Robots. The armed men are the cannibals, which for some reason are the most high-tech faction in this game.
That's why I never got myself to continue with Baldur's Gate 3 because of the reverse difficulty spike. Like the game got too easy at some point, you mean?
They must be doing something right. What's the secret? The encounter design is getting more complex. The cannibals counterattack us with power armor troops and grenadiers hiding behind them. This is almost fun to play. Almost. Don't get me wrong. Even if we ignore Puchkov's awful politics, this is a frustrating game few will enjoy.
Kalima.
The Mombasa
Yeah, that happens in lots of RPGs. That's why difficulty is a difficult thing to manage in a video game. That's why making it the main draw of your game will not work unless you create a very specific environment like Souls-likes are great at creating difficulty for like constant difficulty throughout the game that keeps up with the player's progression. But they do that because they control like how much you can upgrade your character, your things, and like what spells you have and whatnot. And then there are still like things that completely trivialize the game if you know enough.
So locals are trying to resurrect a dead Aryan via a contraption made of ostrich dicks or whatever. I have no idea how we got here. I think I blacked out. Oh my god, it's working! Let's dance to celebrate. Get the snow girl, they yell. Reminder that our team's mission on the prison planet is to discover the location of a starship the inmates are supposedly building in secret. This is an Asian-operated construction site.
Да вы охренели.
You're out of your mind, fucking cosmonauts, says Gloomy. We give the coordinates to the commanding officer Blackie back in Severny. He calls the space station Cerberus. But there is a problem. It wasn't a spaceship. It was a spaceship-shaped house the Asian community was building for one of their leaders to commemorate the Chinese achievements in space exploration. Blackie says we're too fucking stupid to work for him.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, that's hilarious actually.
So we should talk to the Imperial agent in Aryan Town instead. The Aryans are probably the ones building the spaceship, says the agent. They have the technology and they're motivated. We should infiltrate their ranks. It's easy to do since the Aryans are relatively small in number and extremely paranoid about the Great Replacement. They dress up Kaban in a Nazi uniform and give him an MP40. For multiple attempts to get into our city without proper documents. For self-evident racial inferiority. Private Kaban, I order you to commence execution. I don't think there is a way out of this without clicking the prisoners. This is the main quest, by the way.
Herr Marshal.
Her Marshal, the enemy.
I think that... Man, I almost feel like there should be like an alternative route for people who don't want to do that.
Enemies of the city are
But to be fair, that could have been the idea, and they just kind of ran out of resources. A lot of games also run into that problem, so...
Terminated without mercy. We get insight into the social conflicts of the greater planet Alcatraz universe. The Aryans, according to the Marshal, are dissidents, political prisoners in the Empire. This is also where we hit a game-breaking bug. Black screen that never goes away. I had to execute these poor guys a dozen or so times while I tried different solutions. People were telling me there is no fix. I even thought about tweeting at the developer. Hey, the game stops working after that scene where we join the Nazi party and execute people for racial inferiority. What should I do? Deleting the texture cache worked, allowing me to progress. Anyway, Kaban didn't remain in Gestapo for long. We quickly learned that yes, the Aryans are building a starship, specifically to evacuate their leader, the supposed military genius of planet, so that he could command their forces against the Empire. Hopefully we can win back Blackie's respect. The Cerberus station main weapon overheated after firing on the Chinese residents. We'll have to take care of things ourselves. To assist us in our mission, the Imperials will drop a package somewhere in the desert. The only ethical characters in planet Alcatraz. The Imperial combat armor offers the best defense in the game, and it doesn't restrict movement. We also get new guns. There are different kinds. The Imperial weapons skill was 100% useless until now. The reason they have a railgun in this game is because it's an iconic Quake 2 weapon, although it looks very different here for legal reasons. In the book, the instructor explains to Kaban how a railgun works and then spells out a Quake 2 console command that disables the annoying particle effects. This is all written in universe. And then there is this thing. A bomb, Gloomy, is something they drop from the sky, said Goblin with a condescending tone. I get it. So this is like an explosive mine. It is. Is it potent? I'd say it's extra potent. Not just some antimatter-filled garbage. It's a Satan-class extermination device, more popularly known as Mommy. The starship is being constructed in the caverns below the cannibal village. Despite our technological advantage, they still pose a threat. Some of the cannibals are armed with bazookas, a weapon we haven't even seen before. These can one-shot even fully armored space marines. Believe it or not, it's actually possible to side with the cannibals, at least according to this walkthrough. Admittedly, some of these plot elements sound like an elaborate joke, but then again, it's planet fucking Alcatraz. The caverns are mostly populated by the Aryans, who do all the actual construction. The Aryan Cannibal Pact, a CAP. They have...
Yeah, I was about to say, so the fucking Aryans are in cahoots with cannibals. Okay.
Plenty of power armor. Just because we got endgame equipment doesn't mean the combat suddenly becomes fun or a cakewalk. Look how easy it is to get stun-locked. The actual starship is
The fact that you can get stun-locked at all in this game is fucking crazy.
hidden deeper underground, and it looks like something out of Star Trek. The new Star Trek, even. It's cool that the Imperial technology looks distinct from the prisoner-made crap we've been using previously, but it feels like a Nazi starship should look more, I don't know, Nazi-like.
Них стреляют! Них стреляют!
Hold fire, hold fire. I am the pilot of this ship. I'm the only one who can fly it. You won't leave this planet without me. The destruction of the starship doesn't immediately end the game.
Beautiful animations. The work that went into this masterpiece.
You can still fuck around and finish whatever side quests, but this is a fairly long adventure, 30-40 hours or so. By this point, you probably had enough. The shuttle is sent to extract us. This is the closest thing the game has to an end boss. Access to the shuttle is blocked by a mechanized Aryan force, led by the same genius general they were trying to get off planet. My god, we will oppress you a little. One of the few battles in the game where I actually had to micromanage my characters. The Space Marines celebrate with alcohol. Commander, we should leave, said Tarzan, grimacing from pain. No generator means no power source for the Teutonic stabilizer. If we fail to find the elevator, we won't make it. We'll be buried beneath the rubble. Kaban looked at Goblin. Should we go? Goblin raised his index finger and said, "Not to our pants." And then they ran.
What?
The reward for completing the game is the Space Marine song.
Честный кубрик звездолета, мы десант, а не пехота. Под ногами 100 парсеков до земли. Кто курил, а кто кемарил, Крюгер штык любимый правил. В общем, отдыхали как...
This is a mix of two obscure song genres. One is Blatnaya Pesnya, which depicts a romanticized version of Soviet criminal subculture. And the other one is Ruski Chanson, which is the same except it's usually about military service, or a life of a low-middle-class Hrushevka dweller.
I wonder how well this game sold.
Those of you who had the misfortune of playing the English version, I'm interested to know what exactly was cut. Needless to say, I don't recommend anyone pay money for this game. But you can give money to me via the crowdfunding platform Patreon. So Planet Alcatraz, what a strange experience this is. Explaining this game to an Anglophone audience is like trying to explain Family Guy jokes to a 90-year-old Siege of Leningrad survivor. In the Steam reviews, the Russian...
That's a very good... That's a very fucking good comparison, I gotta say.
are having a mini culture war over this game. Most of the dialogue is written in the criminal slang, which Russians recognize as something low status, something below them. But this is false. Planet Alcatraz is not even a bad game. Goblin Puchkov is a genuine artist. It's just his medium is racism, rape, and war crime denial. The brush, the canvas. The views portrayed in the game are fairly mainstream, especially among older folk. In 2019, Goblin was given an honor of addressing Vlad Putin during an annual press conference. They very carefully filter people for these. So when I said he could become the president one day, I was only half joking. If you think the mainstream role pushed Puchkov to moderate himself, it's actually the opposite. Jesus Christ, Dmitry, you senile fuck, your wife is Jewish. Thought about leaving the Quake book here for someone to find, but a book on boomer shooter deathmatch advice might be useful for future videos. Gonna do something with good vibes next.
School.
Fuck me. This stupid autoplay on playlist needs to be a feature that goes away. Oh man! Holy fuck! Yeah. So this game seems extremely fucking terrible. I would never pick it up, but it's a very interesting look at, like I said, culture that even like Warlockracy summed it up pretty good. This is a look at culture that usually doesn't engage with culture, like they don't produce art, movies, and games. And when they do, it's usually like pure propaganda to just fucking join the military or police or whatever. So it's interesting to at least see something like that. But holy fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, one of those games that's fun to hear about but not play. And fun to hear about in a sense that that Warlockracy obviously makes fun of this game for like the depictions included in it, because like they are completely fucked up. But like now I'm kind of wondering if something like this exists in Poland, but we never really had a culture quite like quite like Russia has, where you have like that military versus like military and culture side of things, and like then they engage in politics. Poland has more or less like the left versus the right that you know, America has. So yeah, a piece like this, I don't think like even is possible to come out of Poland, because like I said, yeah, this game probably could have only come out of Russia and like nowhere else, and it's fucking untranslatable, which for the most part maybe that's for the better because of the content, but very, very, very interesting. I kind of want to briefly look at the comments and see what people had to say about this. Actually, very cool video, by the way. This is a fucked up game, ladies, lads and ladies. True. Never knew what Goblin looked like. Turns out he looks like the nostalgia critic. That's kind of fucking hilarious. That's true. He does look like the nostalgia critic. The fact his book devolves from a story into a guide is hilarious. That is also... What the fuck? Imagine if Puchkov actually becomes president of Russia. He would be like a carbon copy of Putin, except instead of being a martial artist, he's a guy that wrote fucking Quake guides. Jesus Christ. I mean, is Putin even a martial artist? Or is that shit? I know he was like in the KGB, so he probably knows like actual fighting, but I think that's a little bit different than like martial arts, though. I might be wrong. It's always interesting to learn the history and politics involved in these foreign, non-English translated games, expanding my cultural horizon or something like that. Yeah, that's the correct like takeaway from this video. Goblin was so used to writing what is known as abridged translations of the movies, and his adoring fans stroked his ego so much that he figured he could become a writer for real. So the Planet Alcatraz book ended up being an abridged version of the book that didn't exist. This book is a YouTube poop in literature form. The game is essentially the same. Jesus fucking Christ. And yeah, that's pretty much everything she wrote. Well, when you say Putin is a master of several martial arts, you have to remember that Steven Seagal is also allegedly a master of several martial arts, you know. So it's one of those things we will never know because of the person saying it might not be as, you know, might not be as honest as you would like them to be. Hello there, Jimmy Hales. So yeah, that's that was Planet Alcatraz, a very interesting game. I'm honestly surprised for how much hateful, vitriolic fucking content there is in this game. You can still dress up like Warlockracy was dressed up in the game, you know. It kinda makes me... I'm kinda surprised the game even allows you I'm kind of surprised the game even allows you to dress up in outfits like the main character deems too homosexual for his liking. So yeah, ironically enough, you get some options that kind of go against what the creator of the video game wanted to paint, which is, well, it's natural for RPGs, right? Like in Fallout New Vegas, you can fucking become a slaver, like slaver, Roman Empire LARPer, or just a normal military dude, or you can, you know, you have all of those different options. Obviously, not all of them align with what the creator of the games deems moral, but yeah, like no other game I imagine has a fucking sequence where you are doing a fucking firing squad on a bunch of different minorities. Holy fuck. But yeah, that's enough about Planet Alcatraz for people later down the road watching this as a YouTube video. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. And for people live with me in the audience, we will be moving on to Balkan schools were different, which is which was requested by a member of the audience. And this tangentially relates to that culture. Balkan culture, from my understanding, as I'm obviously not from the Balkans, and I don't know many people from the Balkans. But as an outsider to Balkan culture, it seems kind of similar to like the culture of post-Soviet Union, like Eastern Europe countries. So even though the Balkans, like the former Yugoslavia countries, they never were under Soviet rule, as in the Soviet Union. But they were a communist country, and I learned that while kind of researching something for this, for reacting to this. So they were non-aligned with the Soviet Union, but there was still a communist country that saw what the Soviets were doing, and they kind of said, "Holy fuck, let's just try to make this communism thing work because it's not working out for them." And then obviously the Yugoslavia fell apart into different countries because, well, there were culturally like different people. So now you have like Albania, Hershnia, and but what the fuck am I saying? Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is one country, not two separate countries. After Tito died, yeah, and Serbia, Croatia, a couple of autonomous regions I forget the names of, and I'm probably forgetting like some countries. So yeah, I'm not sure what period this video talks about. I will just get into it and see for myself and see if I can relate at all. If this is a period before me, before I went to school, which I'm assuming it will be. Oh yeah, I forgot about Macedonia, right? Serbia, I think I actually said. Like if I'm assuming this is before my time at school, so maybe at least some of the things my older brothers went through in school can relate to those. Funnily enough, I don't really know. I don't remember. I never really talked with my parents about their time at school, so yeah, let's just get into the video and see.
It is the most.
I mean, yeah, that's the type of shit that would regularly happen at my school, so it's mostly a jokey video. Oh, I thought it's something serious, man. Fuck, I did all of this research. I didn't do a lot of research, I just looked at some Wikipedia pages.
Influential time in a young child's development.
I'm gonna definitely turn on subtitles for that because the accent is coming through quite strongly.
From learning valuable knowledge about the mitochondria being the powerhouse of the cell that they will never again call upon in their adult days of working a 9-to-5 in an office, to learning valuable social skills of not coming dressed to school in your Naruto headband, which can be applied at the office. School is an indispensable period of growth in every person's life, but at the end of the day, this is the Balkans. When it comes to the Balkans, and them essentially being the black hole of Europe, sucking in all prospects of development, stability, financial independence, and Canadian expats, it is no surprise that one of the most essential experiences of day-to-day life differs from that of the US and other Western nations. Now,
Man, my fucking friends at middle school also did a lot of jumping out the windows. Is that an Eastern European thing, or does that happen in fucking America, UK, and Western Europe too?
at first glance, one of the major notable differences might be going to a dilapidated shack for 6 hours a day to get your education, having your classes last only 45 minutes each, or not having a madman play Call of Duty in the hallways every other month. Yet, one of the most defining characteristics of a school in the Balkans is its environment and just the absolute chaotic energy resonating from it. More often than not, classes would take place in a dilapidated Soviet-style building constructed sometimes in the 60s or 70s.
Oh, that's completely true for any like Eastern European fucking country. The school buildings are fucking terrible. The only modern school I ever went to throughout all of my life was my elementary school was pretty new, pretty like pretty well equipped, like in the mid 2000s, and then my middle school and high school literally looked like this picture. I'm pretty sure this is the fucking... Every single person in Eastern Europe goes to the same school, and it kinda looks like this building. And then only when I pursued higher education, so when I went to college, only then did the facilities actually get like really modern and good. And that was still only some. And I was so fucking lucky because I went to this unironically looks like the high school I went to, but a slight downgrade. I think this literally looks like a high school I went to and not even a downgrade. When I went to college, I was very lucky because I was going to a campus. I was studying English, right, to get my bachelor's degree. And the facilities for foreign languages, which is where everybody learning like foreign languages went, I think has just been renovated when I started going there. So we had a really cool, like, unmodern, actual fucking not dilapidated shitty building like this. And then some of the classes took place in the building next door, which was for people studying I'm not sure how to say this in English, like humanitarian subjects like philosophy, psychology, and other things like that. And their building fucking sucked. It was so old, man. It smelled so fucking badly of mold in there. And I was just thanking the stars every fucking day that I got to go to the actual like high quality building that was not a random shithole.
That essentially resemble.
And yeah, this is very important to say. A lot of buildings in like Poland were built by the Soviets on the fucking very quickly. By the Soviets, I mean like obviously under the Soviet rule, and a lot of parts came from Soviet facilities, because a lot of our shit was bombed, and we were experiencing like a boom in population, so a lot of buildings like this, very blocky fucking Minecraft houses made out of concrete were built, and they are still to this very day used and sometimes just renovated.
More a beginner house in Minecraft than an educational institution.
Yep.
The walls were usually painted in some combination of Disney's go away green, white, or blue.
For my high school, it was white, and like this part was skin tone instead of blue. But
were usually painted in some combination
holy
of
fuck,
Disney's
this is
go-away
such a
green,
nostalgia
white, or
trip
blue.
for me. God damn.
With the desks being made mostly out of a combination of cheap wood and sawdust and held together by discounted metal frames, the paint on which has been slowly peeling off and rust took well over.
Yep.
Within the classrooms, the schools used the same ceramic heater a grandma in Chelyabinsk 50 years ago did, because all the funding
Yep.
for schools went to the mayor's BMW Series 7.
Yep.
So it was cold all the time. Thus, during winter months, most kids sat at their desks with their winter coats on. While in front of the school, all the fences
Okay, that was not a problem in like my specific experience, so
were spiked and 2 meters tall, which also had a portion of literal rolled barbed wire, as a way to prevent kids from jumping over them and escaping, because you know it wasn't a Balkan school unless you had at least 5 guys in your classroom jumping out of a first story to ditch class and wasting all of their money on Book of Ra at the Mozart bet.
Jebi ga. Voćkice mi život upropastile.
But you know what's never a waste of money? Atlas VPN, baby! In the modern day, cyber attacks are ever more common as hackers are trying ever so hard to get your data. I mean, just look at the email I got the other day. Absolute menace. And that's why I recommend now more than ever to get yourself a VPN, especially since I got hacked while not using one. Luckily, Atlas is here for the rescue, being one of the best VPNs out there and without a doubt the best deal on the market and only costing $1.99 a month. It prevents your login data and cookies from being stolen, keeps your search and browsing data private, and prevents malware. Alongside this, Atlas helps you avoid getting charged higher for the same product online by companies that use geographic discrimination. If you're in the market for online games or flights, Atlas is your best friend. Just switch to an Indian or Argentinian IP and poof! Alongside that, you can also access different TV shows and movies, once again geolocked from your home country. And with just one subscription, you have all of this on unlimited devices. So just go and click the link in the description, atlasv.pn/Europe, and get
I have
Atlas
never
Premium for
heard
just
about this
$1.99 a month.
VPN ever. That's so weird.
Plus 3 months completely free. Since Atlas first sponsored my channel, their prices have gone up 2 times already, so better go and get yourself a subscription now before they rise again. And don't worry, if you're not satisfied with the VPN, which again I highly doubt, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So go check it out. Try it for yourself, protect yourself, and support the channel. atlasv.pn/Europe. However, that was all fine and friendly until you saw the fucking toilets.
Yeah, like all the toilet memes from American culture, you know, why didn't you go during the break or something? Like they are 10 times, like that shit was 10 times worse in Eastern Europe schools.
Other than the fact that you basically had to shit squatting down through a hole, which was maybe cleaned once last semester.
Okay, It was never this bad, but
You would
for me in Poland, but yeah, it was always pretty bad.
also have to shit in a room where you basically couldn't see 15 centimeters in front of you from the smoke made by 15-year-old nicotine addicts. Now,
Yep.
I'm quite aware that in the West you also have Dylans and Kyles smoking up the bathroom by inhaling a cocktail of questionable chemicals conjured in China to taste like strawberries and mint, but no. This is the Balkans. We smoke the stuff grown, sun-dried, and roasted in the glorious lands of Kentucky, which is bound to make you give up running on the treadmill after 2 minutes and shorten your life by 10 years minimum. So going into the bathroom felt like going to a country club back in the 60s, as you could taste the cancer forming in your lungs from all the smoke. And this wasn't just the case in high school. You'd also have kids start smoking in 7th grade. And instead of sharing a pack of gum during recess, they'd all be sharing a box of cigarettes. You'd also had some opening up startups in the trade of illicit substances. So, on special occasions, you'd also have the police coming in and taking away Ivan for being a very naughty boy.
Yeah, that actually fucking happened to the elementary school down the street. I remember, like, my elementary school I went to was, like I said, the standard was very high, and like the culture was completely different. It was people seemed to think it's one of the a higher standard learning facility, you know. So we never had people smoking. I'm specifically referring to elementary school, right? We never had people smoking. We never had any like drug busts or whatever. But the school down the road, also an elementary school, there like had a fucking drug bust because they found some foul shit on an elementary school kid, not a teacher or anything. Just a kid was carrying around like coke or methamphetamine, man. The shit was crazy. Then in middle school there was a bunch of middle school in middle school a bunch of people like smoked cigarettes. Some people did drugs because I at that point moved out to like the country, and I basically went to school with a bunch of Polish rednecks, and they were fucking insane, man. There were people coming, there were literally like 15-16-year-olds coming to school just you know, after smoking grass or completely drunk. Shit was crazy. And then in high school, obviously, like most people at that point smoked cigarettes, and some were still using, even though I went to a really high standard also high school. It was bad. There were so many girls also like falling pregnant in schools. Shit was wild. The most unusual thing I saw in the school bathroom was a used condom and blood in the sink, and it was on the floor where grades 1 to 5 studied. Holy god damn, man. Like, I never really... I don't... for me, it's not unusual, but yeah, a bunch of times I would walk in and there were people smoking. When I was in college, for 1 year, I was in a really bad, rundown students' housing. And usually we had like the showers, right? There was just a row of showers, and on the other sides were sinks and mirrors, and it was like a room where everybody from this shared housing like came to to shower, and you obviously had the dividers or whatever. And usually when I would go to shower, there were like 6 guys near the sinks, and they were smoking grass out of like a fucking makeshift bong that they created from bottles. So like, man, like at that point that was so common to me, I didn't even bat an eye. But nothing like, no, never really saw blood or, you know, or fish. Never really saw blood or any other bodily fluids. So I guess I was lucky because I heard some stories.
But of course, some kids also played by the books, and
We had a shower at school, but I've never seen them work before. At school? Man, that's crazy. I actually never like had a proper shower at school. Maybe somewhere in like the gym building. Maybe, but like I never heard or seen anybody take a shower at our school. Only like at the gym. At the gym, that's like fucking normal, you know. But at school, like never.
would sell home-brewed brandy to the teachers. On a more wholesome note, if you lived in a more multicultural area like I did, during winter you'd have the kids split up into groups of whoever and Hungarians, and then have snowball fights. So, you know, that was always pretty fun, and helpful in the preparation for that Third Yugoslav War. None of that compared to what was going on inside the buildings on a daily occasion. The classrooms before the teachers would come and...
Yeah, that's just a common sight in... that's just a common sight in Polish school.
After they would leave were just utter chaos and a free-for-all. A popular way to kill time waiting for the lesson to start was using chairs as darts and the wall as a dartboard. The motto was, if it can be broken into pieces, it will be. So you'd have kids finding as many creative ways to break the already barely standing equipment, like stacking the chairs together on a desk and then sitting on the throne of heights, role-playing as if you're in the bus going into a car crash, come in one by one into the classroom while opening and slamming the door after yourself,
Oh, on a note related to doors, actually, one of the students at my school got impaled by the door. I never seen that in person or the aftermath, but I was literally at school when that happened. I was just outside, and the story goes that a girl was running down the hall, and somebody opened a door or was closing a door, and she like the metal like pointy fucking whatchamacallit, the metal pointy, oh my god, I fucking forgot it. Jesus Christ, my brain is literally just melting. No, she's alive. She got it under her skin and muscle, I think. Like it went up. She got impaled like right here, and it went under everything. So there was a ton of fucking blood and she got like she obviously had to be put, her arm had to be put together in a hospital, but she obviously made it out alive. It wasn't like life threatening, but still it was pretty fucked up accident, you know. I assume like all of the people who were there and seen it, they were pretty traumatized by that shit, because yeah, the stories just went around the school like forever. I still can't remember the fucking word for excuse me. Yeah, the door handle. I'm fucking dumb. The door handle went under her skin, basically. And, you know, an ambulance came and everything. Other than that, we really... Other than that, like, just people got into fights, which is, like, common. In elementary school, like, my friend broke his arm because one of the delinquent kids said he's gonna beat the fuck out of him after school, and since he was a pretty like built guy, he said, I'm gonna pick you up on that. Like normally people just run away from that delinquent guy because he was kinda messed up in the head, but he said, fuck it, I'm gonna show up, I'm gonna turn up, we're gonna throw hands. And when they were fighting, they fell from a hill, and the build guy who shown up to the challenge actually broke his arm, which was like I think the worst thing that happened in our elementary school. We were playing football behind the school, and a guy hit his head on a fence and punched his head right through to the brain, and then sat waiting for an ambulance drooling. It was scary. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't imagine that, man. Holy fuck. Ugh. Like some of the stuff that happened in like middle and high school was I'm surprised people actually didn't turn up dead after what they pulled.
And of course, hiding in the class closet and breaking the door. You also had occasionally that one kid giving birth to a backpack as the others around him help him deliver, and as the schools had life, they also had death. You could also spot a kid practicing for his life after high school to be a layman as the teacher was going over the day's lesson. And just as the police would sometimes raid the school, so would the students as well. Some guys even put snow in the electric sockets and made the whole school go into a blackout. It was a show.
Yep. School days are unforgettable, yeah, one way or another. Oh, I'll just check out Strawberry's reaction stream. I'm sure it will be fine. Meanwhile, absolute horror stories. Yeah, horror stories known as Eastern European school stories, basically. Oh my god.
Of course, I'm guessing many of you are wondering by now, what about the teachers? Didn't they have anything to say about this?
Man, the teachers, I can't... I can't believe there are people in those countries willing to be teachers. Holy fuck, they get paid shit fuck all, and they have to put up with all of that behavior. That's terrible, man.
Well, to put it lightly, they didn't give a 90% of them were working for 500 euros a month, or whatever the country they were in could get away with paying them that was slightly above minimum wage. You'd have 63-year-old teachers coming to work on a bike and sandals wearing a babe cap, or with a bottle of rakia that they bought from the previously mentioned student. Often than not, they just wouldn't do anything because they're not being paid enough for this shit. But on the off occasion that they cared about their job even slightly, you'd either have them A, publicly breaking out in tears. Now, usually they were rookies that just finished teaching school, or B, they'd beat up a student. Now, these were usually older ones that were in this for far too long, and of course, after 5 months of this, they reached a breaking point. In conclusion, mismo govna.
There was actually a third subset of teachers. I'm always amazed by this. It's such a common problem. Yeah, there was a third subset of teachers. I don't know if you guys ever had any of them, but there were teachers who basically mastered the art of being Darth fucking Vader. They had this energy about them. Like everything they did just scared you. So you would never even think about acting up during their classes because you knew like the fallout of acting up during the Darth Vader's classes would be catastrophic. Like that teacher would not let up until you fucking failed the year. And the best part is nobody actually knew if that was true, because they never, those teachers didn't have to do anything. It was just like the threat was so great that nobody ever tried to test that theory if they are actually this dangerous. And I think those teachers had shit figured out, man. That's the optimal strategy, I think, of being a teacher. Just have this threatening presence about you, you know, so you never have to actually deal with those problems.
Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, click that like and subscribe button and go over to my site and buy yourself a shirt at TheRussianBadger.com, or join the postcard club where I send you postcards from the places I visited. My name is Janos and you've watched Living Ironically in Europe.
Hey, why are you living in the USA?
That's a very cool video. A trip down memory lane. Yeah. Like there was always a threat of being failed, but English teachers. I think for me the most commonly it was the math teacher, and she was and it was always a woman. Like we never had male teachers of maths and languages for some reason. It was like always usually English teachers were like younger women, and math teachers were like older, and they knew how to instill fucking terror in the classroom, you know. Like they would bombard you with extra homework if you did anything or things like that. So yeah, cool, really cool video. I really enjoyed it because it's just like an excuse to go down memory lane, because yeah, Polish schools were pretty much like this. So for those of you on YouTube, again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you as always in the next one. And for those of you on my stream, I will just take a second. I will just take a second to grab something to drink, and I will be right back. We only had a physical education teacher who was a man once. I never had a woman physical education teacher. Holy shit. No, actually I did, but it was only when I at college level. Before that it was always like men. So he read his rap to us once. Like a rap song he wrote? Yeah, I will grab a drink and read all of the messages when I come back, so BRB for a second. Actually, I don't wanna just leave the stream empty. That's fucking hilarious. He read rap songs for you guys. I don't wanna leave the stream empty because it might deter people from like coming back or whatever when I'm not here. So I'm just gonna put on some video, some older video of mine, if you guys don't mind, and I will be right back.
Believe it or not, what's available to you on Netflix in Germany is completely different to what's available to someone in East Germany.
You know what, Seth? You know what? I wish Poland was part of Germany. Hey, Strawberryno Barbarino here. Today I will be reacting to a new said Centach video, or Centach. I don't really know how to spell his nickname. To me, he's just known as Daddy. Oh yeah, by the way, real quick, in case you're wondering about, you know, my extremely masculine getup, it's because it's really fucking cold in my apartment, and this is basically the warmest piece of clothing that I own, so yeah. I tried reacting to this on stream, but my internet keeps cutting out, so guess I will be not streaming today. Thank you, Orange, you French people that provide my internet. Extremely cool of you. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic. It's a awesome fucking 4-player co-op game. It represents a genre that is... There is a lot of demand for this kind of video game, 4-player co-op, for like larger groups of friends who want to play something that isn't like, you know, necessarily competitive. But there are just no good games in this specific genre. Of course, he came here because I started talking to a microphone. He only appears when I start talking to the microphone. So yeah, the last two genuinely good 4-player co-op games that I played were Left 4 Dead 2, which came out like 14 years ago, I think, and Payday 2, which came out 10 years ago, I believe. Payday got quite a healthy amount of updates that kept the game alive. It's still going to this day, but the player base basically nosedived anyway, so you hit a certain point where you just don't want to play the same game anymore. And then they released the same game again, the World War II reskin for Payday. So to me, Deep Rock Galactic represents a very special kind of game. It basically is keeping alive for now a genre that I hold close to my heart. And, you know, we just bought it a couple of years so that developers can come up with another like fun 4-player co-op experience, which I hope this genre doesn't just get ignored, because like I said, there's I think there's a lot of demand for it. So yeah, thank you, developers of Deep Rock Galactic. You are extremely based for keeping this genre alive, and thank you, Seth, for spreading the word. Deep Rock Galactic is fucking amazing and it deserves the support it gets. It's such a fun game and it gets so many free updates. Seriously, check it out if you want that cooperative experience that basically you cannot get anywhere else.
Hey people, Seth here. Why do we mine? What compels us to seek out the deepest and darkest of holes and make them even deeper? Is it the fat riches, the lack of bitches? I'll tell you, it's in our nature as men, as short kings. We crave violence, we crave alcohol, we crave that mineral. And if you share these cravings, then I want you to sign on with Deep Rock Galactic.
I just wanted to say, in Poland there is another reason to mine, because miners in my country are kinda infamous, because you know how people get paid 12 times in a year, monthly, right? Because there are 12 months. When you ask a miner from Poland how many months there are in a year, he will tell you 14, because miners get paid, I forgot the exact number, but it's either 13 or 14 times. They basically, it's part of their benefits. They get paid way more. Their salary is also way more than for a normal job. Normally you could say that it is dangerous, so, you know, extra money comes with the, and it's hard work, of course. So the extra money is there to cover for that. But that's not really the case. They are just very well unionized, and they have so many benefits that it is not worth it to keep mines in Poland operational. The country is losing money. The country is losing money mining coal just so those people can get their extremely good benefits. And furthermore, the miners community in Poland, from what I heard, is very gatekeepy. They basically hold on to jobs and spots for their friends and family. So if you're an outsider, it is extremely hard to get a job in the industry. And they go on strike like every 2 months. It's insane. A lot of people in Poland really don't like miners.
We've got Danger, Darkness, and Dwarves. Deep Rock is easily the best cooperative game I've ever played, and like it or not, I'm gonna tell you about it. So, sit back, relax, and have a beer. But so help me God, if you order a fucking Leaf Lovers, I'll throw you in that hoop myself. Put yourself in our shoes. We want more gold, but child labor can only get you so far. When the planet itself resists your advances, the mines go dark, radio's silent, and children onto milk cartons. How do we deal with such a hostile work environment? We send in the dwarves. You play as one of 4 combat miners, sent into the most dangerous planet in the galaxy to get rich or die trying. But the planet hasn't exactly laid out a landing strip for you. Much like the great United States of America, the entire planet is our property. It just needs a little pesticide. So you'll need to work together, get the job done, and most importantly, leave no dwarf behind. Unfortunately, this is not reflected in company policy. Good luck out there. Here at Deep Rock Galactic, we love our essential workers, classes. Every self-respecting mining operation needs a digger. Sorry, my mistake. That's your word, my digger. He's got all the equipment you need to...
Oh my fucking god. You can't. Stop.
Dig those holes. Here's my build. Full freeze gun, EPC, built for thin containment field. That may sound like a shitty condom brand, but I assure you, it's essential. Next, the satchel charge. Why'd I take damage over ammo? Because this build isn't for mining, it's for killing scouts.
Game over, lads!
A good scout is like a good wife, seen and not heard. This is because scouts have two things, a flare gun and an ego. So while you are blindly fumbling around in the dark, your scout has just quantum tunneled into another area code and directly into a cave leech. This is widely considered to be a violation of the NAP, so you're well within your rights to deploy the MAP, Minor Attracted Projectile. Dwarves have a lot in common with babies. They're small, clumsy, always drinking, and no matter how well you childproof everything, they can always find a way to kill themselves. The engineer is Deep Rock's equivalent of bubble wrap. Platforms help your team reach high places and cushion their inevitable falls.
I need a second. I need this child gone. Man, I am so surprised my cat actually doesn't, because he's in the room right now with me. I'm so surprised he doesn't get in the way of recording. I usually lock him up, but I decided like today's stream is gonna be probably long, so I don't really want him to spend the entire day in fucking bathroom, you know? By the way, I decided to try the amazing cultivation simulator because of the review of Seth. It's good that a more or less Russian translation has already appeared. I can't imagine translating that fucking game. Holy god. That must have been quite the endeavor. I think he's sitting behind the green screen and listening to me right now. Amazing cultivation simulator looks pretty fun, but like I have a couple of games. I still did not try Rimworld, and I heard that they're at least superficially pretty similar, so I wanna try Rimworld first. And then see how it goes, you know. But yes, Seth recommended a bunch of really fucking cool games. So yeah, next up we have Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, which is just Pathfinder 2, right? Oh, here he comes, look. He's 100% gonna get in front of the camera. He loves that fucking spot. Don't show your asshole to the camera, man. Come on. Oh shit. It seemed to me that it would be more difficult, but so far it's not so scary. From what Seth has said, the worst thing seemed to be the bosses. Like, the bosses looked insane, especially the Phoenix. Like, I don't want my fucking base that I worked, you know, so hard on to be set on fire. Also, the Feng Shui mechanics sound a little intimidating, but if you say they're not as like scary, then yeah, at some point I gotta give that game a try. I may even like try streaming some games, because maybe even, come on, just lie down, you asshole. Look, you can see him down there. I even might consider playing something today after I react to this, because I don't think I have it in me to react for like another 2 hours or something like that, because I'm gonna be speaking. So I'm just gonna go through this Pathfinder video by Mandalore and decide what I'm gonna do next. So yeah, let's let's jump into it. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous by Mandalore Gaming. The first Pathfinder game looked... Why are you stabbing me, man? The first Pathfinder game looked really impressive, so... I gotta say, I am very curious as to how the sequel panned out. Don't touch the microphone, man.
What in the name of the Green Mother's going on in this crazy town?
Okay, that looked like something straight out of Magicka. I don't know if you guys know that game.
After the rabbit hole of adventuring that was Kingmaker, the sequel has now been out long enough to receive its own enhanced edition. And as you might expect, it is a dense, gelatinous cube of features. Once again, part CRPG, part City Builder, part Empire Builder, and part Heroes of Might and Magic 3. So the ambition is high. Compared to Kingmaker, some areas have been streamlined down for convenience, and others that were intricate before have now reached new levels of complexity. Story-wise, it's also not a direct sequel. It takes place in a
I gotta turn off the subtitles, because if somebody uses subtitles in my video or the stream, I don't think the stream has subtitles. If somebody uses subtitles in my video, they will overlap with those and it will look very fucking bad, so...
completely new land, and besides some Easter eggs, you can start here just fine. I will say that while it's different story-wise, tonally, this does feel like a sequel. Kingmaker had a good amount of low-stakes murder hoboing through the woods, where having rope and tools mattered and it felt like playing Pathfinder with your friends. Even ruling the kingdom, you did have a variety of issues to deal with, but it wasn't super high stakes until the endgame.
Magicka, I remember, that's the game where you play as Teletubby Jawas that can explode on demand for no reason, by combining arcane elements to cause havoc on other players and yourself. Yeah, Magicka was fucking amazing. The sequel I didn't really like, sadly, but it also had a very specific sense of humor, a lot of like gags with people exploding, and like your mentor was a guy named Vlad who was very pale and he kept saying "Blee," and he was swearing throughout the entire game that he's not a vampire.
In Wrath of the Righteous, demons from another dimension invade 4 minutes into the game. The tutorial forest has become the tutorial urban war zone, with demons leaving IEDs in the street and crusaders deciding whether or not to burn children. With that as their starting point, you can imagine the kind of heights it develops into. In turn, what your character can become to deal with that can also get pretty nuts. So it does feel like a natural ramp up as a sequel, and it still has the tons of adventuring side content you'd expect, but if you're completely new, it's a deep end start that won't waste time getting going. The good news is that the tutorial and general onboarding stuff for learning is much better this round. And sure, you still might feel compelled to hire a CPA for dealing with a character creator, but the important thing is it's not GURPS. No, I meant it's more clear than before, which is
thank God the custom portraits feature made it to the sequel. That stuff is always like welcome to see.
It's good when your game has this many interlocking systems.
Bite me.
There's a good amount of stuff to cover, so for now, let's step back and look at the character creator. There are so many options that, for an alarming amount of people, they spend the most hours on this part of the game. They play an hour or two, get tempted thinking about something else, and come back to the paperwork. Kingmaker already had a lot of options for classes and subclasses, and Wrath has amped all of those up. There are plenty of new archetypes and brand new prestige classes. And what existed before has new feats, spells, abilities, you name it. To give an example, there are now over a dozen animal companion options, including dinosaurs. Which sounds fun on its own, but Wrath has also added a mounted combat system, meaning it's viable to ride a Triceratops into battle. Or forgo that for a traditional horse, just make sure to pick your knightly order. Though even beyond class-specific options, there are now tons of backgrounds to choose from. These can get more specific or hyper-specific if you go for a regional one.
Okay, listen to me right now. We need more games that let you ride into battle on a fucking Triceratops. That is holy mother of based.
Plus, some might only show up with specific races, which you've got a dozen of. They still ask your birth date, what's your religion, are you allergic to shellfish? I swear these Pathfinder games are like the doctor's office clipboard of character creators. Now you could use a pre-made, but come on. It's more in-depth and very welcome. Just having the backgrounds alone would be a huge improvement, but everything else was expanded on. It lets you fine-tune exactly what you want to be, which is great if you do have a plan. If you don't, it can be overwhelming. You can respec during the game, which is nice, but most people seem to want to start fresh. It's still the best example of where Wrath has added complexity for the better. The extra options give you more control and satisfaction in character progression. Leveling up lets you fine-tune things closer to where you want them to be, and an early choice like a bloodline can have new effects even at the end of the game. The general difficulty settings are again extremely customizable, and the unadjusted normal setting is more generous this time around. Aspects you're not interested in like city building or army battles can also be completely automated, but I'll get more into that when I talk about it properly. Generally, the systems that were more streamlined down were for the more grand and epic theme. Like setting up a camp and resting still has skill checks for camouflage, cooking, and now lets you create potions or scrolls if you're skilled into it, but what you won't see are camping supplies. If the area is clear, you're free to rest. The only drawback is you'll start to feel the effects of demonic corruption until you sleep somewhere sanctified. It's just a worsening debuff that prevents you from sleep spamming. So it is less inventory management, but you're still forced to occasionally go back and recover somewhere secure. At least, secure compared to Baphomet's Airbnb. See, Wrath takes place in the country of Mendev. It was a fairly unremarkable land until about a century ago. A powerful mage named Arilu Vorlesh tore open a hole in reality that led into the Abyss. The Abyss is a Pathfinder version of Hell, though Hell itself also exists. The difference is that Hell is a structured and ordered torture realm, complete with layers, just like everyone's favorite laugh-a-minute comedy. There's also Cthulhu and Chupacabras, because Pathfinder has everything. Anyhow, the Abyss is the anything-goes madness realm. There are a Cheesecake Factory menu amount of demon lords ruling over various subrealms, but even in those, it's not really consistent. On a good day, you can be seized by a demon with more vowels in his name than a street in Hawaii, because you've been randomly selected to fight the Titan in the arena, because that'll amuse whatever McDagon is strongest on your street that week. The Abyss sucks. And Hell is not involved in any of this. At least, not directly. So when this rift was opened, it was dubbed the World Wound, and Abyss demons poured out of it. The land itself was horribly corrupted. It rained blood. It stormed blood. And neighboring nations, not wanting to be murdered or enslaved by citizens from the worst version of Hell, began to send forces in to try and hold the demons back. The past century has had 4 declared crusades, and it's become a losing battle. While the 4th crusade wasn't nearly as disastrous as the real-life one, it ended in a stalemate where crusaders barely held on to the fortified city of Canabris, and you start the game seeing it lit on fire. Mendev will have to hope that the 5th time is the charm, and you can lead the crusade to victory and close the world wound. But the core of its story isn't just winning, but how you win. Maybe you'll use the war to further your own goals. Now that you're caught up, let's talk visuals. Having made a game to learn and refine from, for a 3D isometric RPG, it's a great looking game. The lighting in particular has gone through some improvements, and depending on the time of day, it can look downright gorgeous. Surfaces can reflect characters in the environment, and without needing any kind of proprietary ray tracing technology. Environments can be dark and moody, but they'll still make use of striking colors as well. It's an appropriate balance where dungeons can be dark and oppressive, but they'll twist things far enough to stop it from getting dull. It's also great for navigation, since while you do have a map, having the areas physically look different is helpful. Occasionally some things in the environment can look undercooked, like it was just a Kingmaker asset that was ported in, but overall the game looks rich and colorful. There were times where I was impressed by just how much detail they could pack into a scene, like seeing the aftermath of some kind of blood ritual gone.
I hope he doesn't spoil too much, because I still have to play and play. Let's see. He does talk about the story in the 26th minute mark, so there will be probably like a story, a spoiler warning. Mandalore is very respectful with showing spoilers, so I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Wrong, or maybe right? It hits a good balance for me, where things aren't so drab that it's dull, but not so colorful that it gets too cartoony. Effects like how the wind moves through the grass and trees, and the weather effects in general are also improved. You now deal with some proper blizzards and storms, and weather of the more apocalyptic variety. These new effects, like heat waves and fog, have also made their way into the spellcasting, so magic can now look about as wild as magic should. Sometimes they go crazy with the particle effects. and it might be outrunning the engine at times, as I'd have an occasional slowdown or hitch while playing the game, and it was usually while using magic. As another nice bonus, you can actually rotate the camera now. I thought it was bizarre Kingmaker didn't have this when that plays to its strength as a 3D ISO game. That's fully implemented now, including areas that shift and change depending on where your camera's oriented, which we'll get to. Still, the game world looks great, and there's a lot of variety to it. All the characters and creatures are also in about the same place. You can still see items down to what's equipped on your belt, and Kingmaker's Monster Menagerie has been expanded out with new weirdos. The gore is also as meaty as ever.
Die already. Did you see that?
Bro fell apart like Legos. Hey little buddy, if you wanna wash yourself, you can go. You can go. No, don't bite me. Yes, go find yourself some more comfortable place. There we go. Jesus. He like super heated my goddamn belly. Now I'm all too warm.
Was that? No. The general soundscape is also good. Combat sounds are so meaty and satisfying, and the horrible wet splat of Gallagher'ing some cultist's head never gets old. When it comes to music, the more grand tone has also carried over. The core of the soundtrack is a big epic choir and orchestra, which is in the usual wheelhouse for an RPG, but even with that, it still has good variation in how it's used. There are all kinds of directions you can take your character, and there's themes for all of them. It can range from sounding like Kingdom of Heaven to a haunted house.
Nice music. Oh man, I dig this soundtrack so much.
The game has a lot more music than its predecessor, including battle tracks, which is definitely the area it was lacking in the most. They can be more subdued, and there are pleasant, relaxing tracks like the tavern music, so it's not all doom choirs all the way through. I will say the over-the-top music is brought to its greatest heights by the over-the-top voice acting. The direction is so fun and sincere. It doesn't matter how silly or corny a line can be, they put their all into it. And with the music, sometimes you see magic.
And as I stare into the flames of the rift itself, the answer still eludes me. What is the secret to this canker festering at the very heart of our world? How can we heal it?
My blood runs in you. I can smell its scent. I was not aware Igethles was able to continue his bloodline before he died.
Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess. And I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet.
Not everyone here is fighting for Mendev and its queen, fallen paladin. When you crossed to the demon's side, you betrayed all mortal kind. And for that, you must pay.
It's so refreshing, and the performances all around.
That sounds very, very cool. Cut blanket, a living bundle of warmth, perfect for any reactor, plus 10 to heat. You have no idea how like hot I get at night because he cuddles up to me, and it's very annoying because like one part of like for example my belly gets really really heated up. And I am so warm, but I am afraid to move because I don't want to wake him up because he's a precious baby. But usually I'm literally it's too warm for me to continue sleeping, so I need to move, and he wakes up anyway. So I really like the music in Sunless Sea. Maybe we'll see a review from Mandalore sometime. No idea what Sunless Sea is, but you know, I'm going through those reviews of Mandalore because he's quite popular on my channel, so I will probably at some point look into that.
Are excellent. There are already plenty of great characters, but the audio work brings it to another level. Like, check this out. This is a smile you can hear.
Since that night, Chief, Melround didn't even set eyes on it. While he was dealing with the golem, I sneaked past them, and that was that.
Awesome. Now on the gameplay side, you can break things up into a few sections. The first being your standard RPG adventure stuff, the second being event management, the third being city building, and the fourth being army combat. These are all intertwined, so to make it simpler,
it's fucking me up how much this...
Third being city building, and the fourth
how much this just looks like Heroes of Might. This is literally just Heroes of Might and Magic. What the fuck? I assume like the gameplay mechanics are different, but man, the grid and the number of armies. Jesus Christ.
Being army combat. These are all intertwined, so to make it simpler, I'm going to break it in half. The first half is still adventuring, but everything else I'm going to fold into being crusade management. Besides, for the first dozen or so hours, there's no management to think about. And if you never want to deal with it, it can still be set to automatic, though there are some flaws with that I'll get into. Anyways, the early stage is based around traveling the ruined city of Canabris. The last holdout is a fortified tavern, and your mission is to find survivors and regroup there in order to launch a counterattack. Not every faction is willing to work together, which is a good test run for the later parts of the game. The decisions you make here still matter and can be showing up 50 or more hours in, but overall, this is training wheels. Combat can change from real-time with pause to turn-based on the fly, but compared to Kingmaker, the game is made with turn-based being in mind compared to a later edition.
Those dragons? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, you mean the dragon sprites in the army section?
With how many skills and abilities that have been added, turn-based really seems the way to go this time. It is still nice that you can switch over to real-time for a trash fight, but as the challenge increases, the more it seems you need to play slow and tactical. While the main story is focused on demons, there is a great variety of combat encounters if you go looking for them. Even if you stick hard to the main story, it does try to give you a variety
of... the fucking enemies look really cool in this game.
But some stages like Act 4 are going to be demon central. So where Kingmaker's story gave you a few flavors when it came to the main threat, here it is more limited unless you go exploring. And you should. Exploring Canabris is mainly an itinerary of different bombed out buildings, which they do try to mix up a bit, and they'll have interesting events happening in the locations, but when the world opens up, you'll have a lot more variety. The campaign is staged out in a way where you're far less likely to encounter an enemy you can't handle. It can absolutely still happen, but
I can't stand them huge damage to an area. Damn. Powerful AoE spells should not be allowed to exist. It's either a powerful spell or an AoE. You can't have both because it ruins the balance.
It's far more rare compared to the predecessor. And since you can rest up more, that means more time out in the field. There are tons of side missions and plenty other things to do that are completely unmarked, like diving into a small dungeon and fighting a mini-boss or solving a quick mystery. You'll sometimes run across the mini-adventure modules too, which are purely based on choices and skill checks. So it won't all be combat, but there is a lot of combat. That said, some of the best non-combat content comes from your companions. Overall, your party's writing and character and development runs laps around Kingmaker. Rather than front or backloading their missions like before, they're spread out much more naturally throughout the campaign. You have a lot of companion options too, with some restricted to certain paths, and others being pretty hidden unless you fulfill certain conditions. Most of the characters are really fucking strange too, which I appreciate. For example, Darren could be your primary healer. He's a young, hedonistic count who's marked down as being neutral evil. In every sense, he's a spoiled, pampered asshole.
As a child, I had my very own pony, but I always dreamed of having a lamb. I was never allowed one. Sheep were seen as peasant animals, utterly unsuitable for the scion of a noble line. The trauma haunts me to this day.
How in the hell is he the healer? Well, his parties got so wild that he picked up healing magic to stop bodies from piling up. So he became a pro just to stop S&M malfunctions. Then you have Regil, who's a Hell Knight dedicated to brutally keeping order. He'll do some monstrous things for victory, and while he usually does it coldly, there is a sadistic side to him. He's also a gnome.
2 more minutes left out in the open, and neither you nor I will have any troops left to order about Crusader.
When I was looking at that portrait, I didn't think he's a gnome.
But the wounded...
Problem solved. Retreat to shelter.
And now he and Darren are sleepover buddies.
Such power, and it is bestowed upon an undisciplined whelp. I cannot abide waste.
Quite right. I am too good for this little world. Thank you for noticing.
There's also a talking weapon, a tiefling thief attached to some kind of evil spirit, a petty criminal turned paladin, a dwarf contract killer, some kind of borderline feral spider mutant woman, and, of course, the redeemed succubus who's actively trying not to murder and devour people again. Those are just some examples, and
yo, I'm interested.
Some characters I thought were bland could have some insane shit brewing beneath the surface. Understanding them makes replaying the game even more fun. They do a good and thorough job planting hints for later reveals. Their stories can develop into a few different ways, especially if you throw romance into the mix. And yes, that includes the succubus. I know people who bought Dark Messiah just for that. You can still make a completely custom party, but this time around, I never felt tempted. They feel like a driving force of the story and have a lot of interactions depending on what you're doing. Sometimes they'll even argue with each other. And you can stay out of it, or take a side with skill checks, and it's rare that you can placate both sides. Managing the crusade, they become advisors. They bring their own perspective for tackling dilemmas, and they usually make good back and forth points. When it comes to managing a war, a character you might not usually agree with can offer something really insightful. Some of the most thoughtful and interesting writing happens at these meetings, whereas in Kingmaker, you choose an advisor's solution based on their personality. You have lots of opportunities to use your skill checks throughout the game, and failing them can still be fun. These interactions do start to taper off towards the endgame. Especially in your last talk with your party, I thought you'd have more options. It's not nearly as empty as Kingmaker's late game, but there is a noticeable lack of extra stuff to do and options for them. It's still an improvement over only kingdom management. I did most of the quests I could my first playthrough, though I did have some companions dying off for job purposes. And that clocked to about 80 hours, but it easily could have been a dozen more. Kingmaker was longer, but it had stretches of not much happening. Wrath of the Righteous felt dense. The pacing of the main story is more under your control rather than waiting for stuff to happen. It's a more packed game, but also screaming at you to replay it. This is where the mythic paths come in, and these shake up the game like nothing else. They're not new classes, they're an entire second aspect to your character. Early in the game, you discover you have some kind of strange power attached to you. It's an incorporeal cosmic jello, but you do have some control in shaping it. The more obvious early routes can have you start to ascend towards being an angel or a demon. But as the game goes on, you have opportunities to lean in other directions. There are 10 of these in total you can discover, so again, another good incentive to explore. The mythic milestones are an entire other tree you level up in, with new spells, abilities, and everything else. Your companions also get some of your mythic power, and while they can't ascend like you can, they can enhance their own abilities. There are options like becoming an Eon, a Golden Dragon, or a Lich. I'm always on the hunt for good Necromancer RPGs, and while you can't drown people with skeletons like Diablo 2, as far as pure flavor goes, this might be the best Necromancer RPG, even—
That's fucking cool. Holy shit, this RPG sounds legitimately amazing. God damn.
Even more so than Arcanum. It takes a while to become a full Lich, but it is a dark road. Beyond getting some Dr. Manhattan tier obliteration magic, there are significant characters you can bring back from the dead if you decide to kill them. You can have a party made up of completely undead characters if you want, though unfortunately you can't bring your own companions back as undead if they disagree with you. They also rarely have anything to say and don't have the great party interaction that the living companions do, which is a shame because some undead companions were so tied to the main story in their life that they should have a lot more to say. Even despite that, it's still incredible. Beyond the ridiculous magic and abilities you get, the flavor for it is just so entertaining. Like you liberate a city from demons, but then the Royal Council is concerned because you're constructing an undead Tyrell building over it. So while you have the main story, your mythic story runs parallel with it and intersects it at several points. It's not simplified to, you're just an evil lich, either. It brings up points like, which factions of the undead do you want to support? Are you losing your humanity purely to win the war and afterwards you'll wander off, or is this a bid for new power? It's such an engaging campaign, and there are 9 other mythic directions you could go in. For example, the angel and demon paths have even more stuff to do, and a lot more relevancy to a good versus evil story than a bone man. Or maybe you think a lich is too soft, and during the campaign you find a horrible swarm of ravenous insects. They're so awful that killing them off is near the best thing to do for anyone, unless you're really intrigued by them. You can conduct experiments so vile and evil that you can become a swarm that walks. And you introduce the world to insect politics, where you devour everyone. Cities become horrible hives, and you journey on looking for more meals.
Jesus Christ. That's cool. Mythics are great. I'm going the demon route, but then I will move on to something currently... but then I will move on to something currently closed mythic. That's a subsystem of this game, and it sounds like something that could be the main campaign of a game that advertises itself as you know, your choices matter, because this basically changes the whole context of the game. And this is not even like move. Jesus Christ. And this isn't even like the main component, you know? That's crazy.
This is all excellent, though some mythic paths clearly have more to them than others. Something like Golden Dragon doesn't have much to it, or take much to unlock. They're not equal, but if you don't care about this stuff at all, you can become a mortal legend. This doubles your level cap and lets you level up faster, so you can dabble in all kinds of classes. So with alignment choices and mythic choices, it's one of the most replayable RPGs I've played. But my biggest hang-up is Act 4.
Look, let's be real, this game has amazing characters, great story, atmosphere, succubus, you can romance, amazing lich politics, you can play as tyrannids, and you can manage cities too. What more can anybody ask for? Unironically, this sounds like peak fucking RPG game. Obviously not for everybody, because of the fantasy. Some people just don't like fantasy, you know. But honestly, this is fucking this sounds like a peak fucking RPG, man. Holy shit, I really gotta play this after Baldur's Gate 3.
4. Past the halfway point of the game, you're sent into the Abyss. There's no coming back until the chapter is done, so no overworld travel or any management stuff. You're instead trapped in the Chaos Realm of Torment, which, to be fair, does have a lot going for it. Being full of chaotic evil demons, nearly every mission has more going for it than it first looks. Everyone is trying to scam you, or use you, or stab you in an alley. Some of the most entertaining quests can be in the Abyss, but it's also a weird slog, and the circumstances of you getting here are strange. You're ordered into the Abyss by the Queen of Mendev to investigate the demons. Even if you're winning the war, if she's unhappy with how you've done it, for some reason, she might also strip you of your rank, effectively banishing you there. For a lot of characters, this seems like a point to fight back rather than being sent to Super Hell. I don't think the story could function skipping the Abyss, but once you're there, you might be thinking a lot about if there was a way to avoid it. The main pain is navigation. They went to great lengths to make it actually feel like a realm of chaos, and they succeeded in that. When you rotate your camera, buildings, doorways, and entire landmasses can shift around. The shifting can take some time, which means some waiting before you can proceed. There are a few areas, like an empty bridge, where it's clear you do need to rotate the camera. Others feel completely random, so even if you know where you need to be, how you get there can be challenging. Not to mention that while you're sometimes trying to figure out how to proceed, you sometimes get attacked by street gangs of demons. The missions will frequently cross districts too, which means lots and lots of loading. But even if you're in the right district, you might need to come from a different part of the district to get to where you want to go. You can unlock fast travel between the sections, which helps, but not as much as you'd hope. Because again, where you're spit out might not always be the most convenient pathway. And checking for what could be the right way can take a while. Also, some quests don't have their locations marked correctly, or marked at all. I looked all over for the Den of Sweet Horror just to find out there was a room in a brothel. Like, the rotation idea is neat and there are some fun puzzles attached to it, it's just how far this was taken. If you were invested in the Crusade and the war, you've been ripped away from that to ride around on Satan's kaleidoscope. So you have fun missions, tedious navigation, and some really annoying fights. Anyone who is tempted to reroll their character or stop playing probably does so here. Just having quest directions be more clear would be a huge help, but even with that, it can definitely be a slog. It's like if the Drow City from Baldur's Gate 2 was on a merry-go-round. I don't hate the Abyss, but if someone told me they did, I wouldn't need to ask why. You could power through the main stuff, but then you miss out on a lot of engaging side stories it has. Plus, visually, it's so different than everything else in the game. And seeing how these huge landmasses can shift around and over you is cool, but man, it's just such a pain in the ass. Then, as a Lich, when I confront the Queen later about all that, she says she sent me there out of fear. And... Welcome to the Horde. Go guard the Tyrell building. Alright. Welcome to the Horde. Go guard the Tyrell building. Alright, let's...
Yes, I promote you to a new position in my army. The promotion is called fucking die, bitch.
Let's get back to the Crusade proper and everything that comes with that. When you're put in charge of the Crusade after Canabris, you can recruit troops into multiple armies. These can move around and explore in the overworld just like your party does. Instead of resting, they just have a limited amount of time they can move per day. Their main purpose is to defeat enemy demon armies and capture outposts. The troops that you can recruit will refresh weekly, and you'll have some random mercenary units.
This is literally, they just literally put in fucking Heroes of Might and Magic into this game. That's crazy, man. I sent you into the realm of demons to banish you out of fear, as you are a Lord of the Undead. How did you come back? Well, I won, obviously. Yeah. I love that plot point in media where the hero gets put up to a task that is seemingly impossible, so he will surely die, and then he just comes back and says, yeah, I did it.
As well to consider. You might also get troops through regular quests, like if you save a squad of Hell Knights, now you have some Hell Knights on the campaign board. To get more and better troops per week means building up your infrastructure. You construct buildings in the capital for more troops and upgrades, and can also build in the outposts you conquer. Structures can require a few resources, but like Kingmaker, gold can convert right into that. This way all of your loot and treasures from murder hoboing can be pumped right into the war effort. All of this is heavily influenced by your decisions at the command table. Events will pop up that you need to make a decision on, and you can get new resources or troops or anything else really. You can put out decrees for researching relics or dealing with a crisis, and how you play the game can influence what events you can get or your solutions to them. As a Lich, many problem causers can be turned into loyal soldiers for the Crusade. Whereas if you're trying to play as a good character, your solutions might need to be more diplomatic. What units you unlock in the battlefield are also based on your decisions. So flavor-wise, it's all fantastic. The units and abilities of your armies reflect your decisions. What your forces look like can vary wildly between playthroughs. My Lich armies were mostly undead, with a few knightly orders in there. My Angel army had paladins and inquisitors and other religious units. And the Swarm that walks had more swarms. To give some examples. Troops can be merged back and forth between armies, and to make them progress further, you can recruit generals. They progress like your regular characters, getting new skills and abilities as they level up. Their victories unblock the way for your party, give you great rewards, and should be a perfect harmonious loop. Then the battles begin.
Okay, seems pretty straightforward so far.
These are so fucking dull. They're not bad in a painful way, they're just so simple that I'm struggling with how to word this. When people say they hate all forms of turn-based combat, these are like goggles that let you see the world through their eyes. It also falls apart in progression. This will be a mild spoiler, but here's the final army battle in one of my campaigns.
Okay.
Oh boy. The issue is, it feels like there's very little thought behind these battles. Where Heroes of Might and Magic 3 could feel like solving a puzzle, this feels mostly mindless. There were occasional fights where I'd think of how to stack up spells and unit abilities, but it wasn't very often. The majority of the fights are decided at range anyways, either by your shooty unit or by your general casting a spell. There were multiple times I went up against an evenly ranked army where I just one-shot it with a fireball. And this was all in the standard difficulty.
Yeah, honestly, when he honestly, when he said that, where he shown that this is basically Heroes of Might and Magic, I immediately thought, how can anybody make gameplay like Heroes of Might and Magic into essentially a mini game? And my first thought was that to strip it down and make it simpler, but that would make it quite well, it would make the gameplay a lot worse, because Might and Magic is, you know, about solving problems, and yeah, this is what I feared, and it's played out exactly like I thought it's gonna. Damn.
Basic armies have few unit slots, and besides covering a wider area, there's no reason to not use a death stack. If an army is rated higher than a demon army, you overpower them and can automatically win. So the best thing you can do is go for more general skills and choices that let you dump more units into one army. The only good things about the army combat are that it reflects your choices, and the novelty of playing it inside of a CRPG. Those elements still aren't enough to make it worthwhile, but it is nice having armies that help explore the overworld for you. And while you could set it to auto and never touch it, that's not ideal. You miss out on rewards like special items, and the map is unlocked to you in stages instead of you being able to control that. The best thing you could do is knock it down to easy, steamroll, and only have to fight sometimes. It's just a shame that what's supposed to be a big part of the game is utterly skippable at best, and at worst breaks the pacing. Especially when they did improve the Empire management. There are no negative events you have to corral in, or other time wasters. The difference is in Kingmaker, a lot of the management supported the adventure. You might unlock an AC bonus, or get extra damage against a certain enemy type. Your choices can unlock unique buildings for your cities, which looped right back into those benefits. Wrath still has those elements, but they're streamlined down to focus on the war economy. You still get benefits in the field, but now a good chunk of them is diverted towards a skippable tactics game. There aren't really special buildings to unlock, and why would there be? You're organizing war logistics rather than ruling over a kingdom. The discussions of what units to unlock are way more interesting than actually using them. The writing is good enough that I wouldn't have minded if the Crusade itself was more abstract and maybe only dealt with in these political meetings. You do get some stuff outside the battles based on your choices like that, but a good amount of it did go to the battles. What could have been a huge improvement over Kingmaker's management is instead an awkward side grade. Again, how everything connects is amazing, but the battles themselves not being fun is a fatal flaw. It's still a fantastic and dense RPG, and you can avoid all this stuff completely if you want to. I just wish it was better, since everything for the framework is all here. This brings us to the story, and I actually don't have much to say on the main plot. It's good, but I don't find someone like Arilu Vorlesh that interesting to go into detail on. You understand the villain, but they had so many other options open that...
Okay, this is the story section for anybody who wants to skip out on it, I guess. For like the next 2 or 3 minutes.
You don't really sympathize with them. It's like dealing with a narcissist, where you understand how they're viewing the situation, but there are clearly other aspects they're either refusing to or unable to see. So you do understand her motivations, even if she's still nuts, and I appreciate that. I actually find the story of the war itself and how it progresses a lot more interesting. Everyone is willing to let a lot slide in the name of fighting demons. My Lich campaign was fantastic on that front. The Crusade being twisted into an undead empire wasn't a light switch flip, it was a slow descent. People would be clearly uncomfortable with where things were going, but it's fighting demons, so let's not rock the boat too much. In fact, the loudest opposition and those actively trying to fight the Lich were some of the first to go. The party paladin even sat me down to say she's worried about where things are going and worried about me. It's like tapping into these powers are the equivalent of a hard drug problem, and I'm now at risk of Lich. A lot of my companions left or died during this campaign. Those nice enough to tolerate some atrocities got to witness firsthand as Bone Hitler devoured their comrades. My only remaining companions were either the most warlike and evil, or the most naive. Even if you don't go that route yourself, you'll see others who do, like kidnapping and lobotomizing people to try and fight their own war. You can condemn it, or go, hey, let me get in on that. There is a lot of wiggle room when you're fighting ultimate evil, but playing a good character, you'll find that things aren't that black and white. The Abyss has dozens of warlords, but only 2 are actively attacking. Why is Heaven barely interfering when they haven't come close to matching the escalation? It's not a gray there are no good guys tale, there are clearly evil forces at work, but it does explore war as a cause. Some see the Crusade as a chance for redemption, and others worked tirelessly inside of it and never got forgiveness even after nearly a century. Maybe the demons are capable of redemption too, and you can be worse than them. Everyone has different ideas on what the 5th Crusade is or means. You can turn it into a grand reconciliation, a vengeful holy war, a grab for power, a way to gain favor with gods, all kinds of directions. How you got your powers and all that, I don't find nearly as interesting. I do think I'm... Oh god, I forgot about Darwin.
Oh no, Darwin did not return. The game is ruined. The game is in shambles. I'm sorry.
DLC. I forgot about the DLC. There's still more coming out, but I'll go over what's out. First up is Inevitable Excess, which takes place right before the final battle. Your party is intercepted by an otherworldly force as something has gone wrong in the space-time continuum. At first I thought that maybe this was a chapter cut for pacing, but there is something intriguing happening here. You go through some remixes of the game you've been through, fixing anomalies. And there's a few ways things can play out. However, it's too short to develop out its idea, and this is made for a max level party, meaning the combat is incredibly tedious. There is no such thing as a trash fight here, and you need to be on your A game for all of them. Max level combat in these games means dealing with stacks of buffs and debuffs, and if you're not into that kind of combat where every system counts, you're not going to find a lot here on that side. There are some non-combat conundrums which are fun, but there's also the puzzles which are the most tedious in the game. This feels like it could have been a fun and shorter side-off adventure that's been stretched out through the puzzles and the combat. If you beat it in a certain way due to space-time nonsense, all of your characters will get an extra power, and sometimes portals will open up in their game where they can find some extra loot. If you enjoy the high-level combat, then sure, otherwise it's skippable. Through the Ashes is another strange one. You create a new character who survived the Canabras demon attack, and gather other survivors to try and escape to safety. This one's more experimental and feels like a survival game. You try and stop your friends from dying of disease, and you can use the environment a lot more in fights. It's a low-level adventure and clearly meant to be played on higher difficulties. It's an interesting but short idea for a one-off, but there's two things I don't get. For one, if you wanted lower stakes adventures in this setting, you could probably just go play Kingmaker and get it on sale cheaper than this. It is fun playing more guerrilla where your big baddies are an undead local celebrity and a petty demon, but it's short and still ended with a to be continued which blew me away. I don't picture people clamoring for more of this compared to stuff in the base game, so I liked my time with it. I guess I'm just more shocked it's getting a follow-up since it doesn't need one. The Treasure of the Midnight Isles. This is very similar to the Beneath the Stolen Lands one from Kingmaker. It's a roguelike dungeon you can access either standalone or through the main campaign, though it is not well balanced inside of the main campaign. You can get crazy items early and fight bosses way harder than anything else in the main game. Its main appeal is the same as the other one, where you can quickly test builds inside of it. As an example, I made Dar from Beastmaster, except you can't actually get a tiger companion, so I got a wolf. Which is fine. In the movie, they painted the tiger black for some reason, and it turned out to have a horrible allergy to the paint, so a good chunk of the movie is watching the tiger get more lethargic and sleepy as it eventually died on set. Not in my game.
Oh.
My wolf has no known allergies. It's okay on sale. However, The Last Sarkorians is the easy recommend. You get new areas and quests, a new companion who's nature-focused, which was lacking in the main campaign, a new class, new items and units, and it integrates perfectly into the main game. To the point that he has party interaction in the Excess DLC. You would think this is all part of the base game if you didn't know better, and that's how I prefer it. While I still like Kingmaker, this game blows out of the water in a lot of ways. It has mountains of content, tons of replayability, great writing and companions, and is the kind of game you could play a bit at a time for months on end. It's extremely flawed on the management side and some other areas are also janky, but for the amount of options it offers, it's hard to find better value in a lot of RPGs. It'll be on sale for a little over $10 in the pinned link for the next while. They're gonna throw in DLC offers too, but weigh those carefully. Wrath of the Righteous is a gigantic game, so I'll have something smaller next time. I'll see you then as long as I don't start another playthrough. Attack my narcoleptic but otherwise healthy dinosaur.
Damn, that sounds like a game straight up my alley. I need to check out Pathfinder.
Casual versus Pathfinder. Paizo does a great job, but just insane, and I don't think past that. Oh, wait, that was a...
If you're here for the fun part and not to hear me yet.
Shit.
Paizo does a great job, but for D&D, I don't think streamlining is the issue anymore. It looks to me that Wizards of the Coast are just insane, and I don't think past that. Oh. Oh.
Ah, okay, now I get it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, looks like a extremely dense game that I would be very, very interested in, honestly. So I will need to check out Pathfinder, like the first one and the follow-up, after I'm done with playing whatever. Yeah. After I'm done, like, playing whatever the hell I'm doing at the moment. And once again, thank you for anybody watching later on YouTube, and I will see you guys in the next one, as always. And for people on the stream, we will just be moving on. And I can take these off from the recommended, and I am left with the video by TheRussianBadger, which I will not be reacting to today, because the stream has been, you know, going on for a hot minute. But I probably won't end it here, and instead I will just play something to pass the time, and then you know, at some point end it. But yeah, for now I'm not ending the stream. I will just take a short break again, and you know, I will take a short break and just put on the video that I was playing like a second ago. And I am back.
That is, if you equip the upgrade.
So, yeah. Be right back, guys.
Caliber sentry turrets protect your children from the jaws of wandering pit bulls. However, these aren't your everyday pitties. This one charged headfirst into a burning building to heroically fight one last child. I could extend this metaphor by calling the wardens pit mommies, but I already made that joke. The gunner.
By the way, engineer is objectively the best class, and he's the most handsome, and he looks the best. And to all my engineer mains out there, you deserve to treat yourself.
Pit mommies, but I already made that joke. The gunner. Depending on who you talk to, the gunner is either a real man's job for the bravest among us, or a real boring job. Yawn. Whoa. Nice zipline.
Yeah, I don't really like.
I'm getting a call.
I don't really like the gunner.
Home. They want their mobility lifts back. Real talk. If you use your own ziplines in combat, please format your hard drive. You are a tank. Your job is to soak up aggro. You have a shield. You have a gun. You have 2,000 rounds of depleted uranium. Please use them. That was a joke. Here at Deep Rock, we love our greenbeards. If you hear anyone talk like that, bully them. They want you to play it safe. Call them a leaf lover. I don't care if we're on stage 3 of an elite deep dive. I am going to C4 of a scout. Are they mad at you for not using your platforms? Send them a booster seat to hell. They want you to stop committing friendly fire? Tell them, don't worry, I have friendly, when you know damn well that in fact you do not. One of the facts of life is that you don't get what you pay for. Netflix has an impressive catalog, but hides them depending on your location, and then hikes up the price anyway. Now, you could just cancel and admit defeat, or use ExpressVPN like me and get everything you actually paid for. Believe it or not, what's available to you on Netflix in Germany is completely different to what's available to someone in East Germany.
He really went there.
Available to someone in East Germany.
You know what, Seth? You know what? I wish Poland was part of Germany. I wish Poland was part of Germany or the Austria. Probably not Russia, but that wouldn't be my problem, because I am from the western part of Poland. And the eastern part of Poland, they don't deserve good things. See this little spot right here, Warsaw, or capital? don't go there. It's really bad. No, but real talk, Poland is not a fun country to live in, so that's why I moved. I am currently in Belgium, which is the air is fresher, the bureaucracy is a tiny bit less shitty, and people, when they smile, then they don't have that, you know, Eastern European trademark smile. They just smile like a regular human being, which is extremely nice. But yeah, at this point, I think a lot of people wish the west of Poland was part of Germany.
Now, my issue is very particular. I need orc content, and I need it now. Skyrim mods can no longer satisfy my Tolkien desires, and so I've arrived at this dark crossroads in life. I must watch She-Hulk Attorney at Law. Unfortunately, it's banned in Saudi Arabia, but with just one tap of a button, ExpressVPN
really
lets me change my location to the USA,
He's
where
really
it isn't.
desperate
Unfortunately,
to
as a
watch
fan of
this.
domestic wrestling, Rick and Morty isn't available on US Netflix, but once again, just a click of a button, and as far as Netflix can tell, I'm a Japanese salaryman, and I can freely watch this to my heart's content. ExpressVPN has over 90 countries to choose from, so every time I run out of things to watch, I just switch to another and unlock a whole new library. And it's not just for Netflix. You can use ExpressVPN to unlock shows for other streaming services as well. I use it to watch Planet Earth on BBC iPlayer, which is region locked to the UK, but by using ExpressVPN, I can reap all the benefits of being in Britain without the risk of getting stabbed. ExpressVPN works on any of your devices. Securely connect with a single click without slowing your connection. They say you can't have your cake and eat it too, but with arbitrarily geo-locked streaming services, I absolutely can. Why restrict yourself to the content of a single country when you could be receiving the content of every...
That is a very interesting visual, you know? It's almost like a modern art piece. They should frame it and put it in a museum. Call it this piece globalism.
Free continent instead by visiting expressvpn.com/Seth or clicking the link in the description box below. Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. But enough fun. Why are we here? For real. We're here to mine because we're miners and I love miners. Sorry. That wasn't me. That was a gold play button. Continuing on. The terrain is 100% destructible and filled to the brim with precious minerals. Mine the minerals, dump a fat load inside of Molly, and make it home safely. Actually, scratch that last part. The minerals are top priority. If you want to come home, that mission better be finished. Oh, I'm sorry. You ran out of ammo? Well, we're not sending you a single bullet until you mine enough nitra to pay for it yourself. Each level is procedurally generated based on its biome. Oh, yeah! Biomes range from the lovely sandblasted corridor and fungus bog to the extremely safe and fun hollow bow and magma core. Remember, we can never dig too deep. Any cave can be conquered. Your team has all the tools they need, but they work best with teamwork. You either dig together or dig your own grave. Sadly, the average gamer would rather sacrifice their teammates for one sick frag, so allow me to deliver a crash course directly into your silky smooth brain matter. First off, hold control to use your laser pointer. Use it to ping gold chunks, goo sacks, and mushrooms. Remember to destroy sus shrooms that don't give a correct voice line. This is essential for team unity and annoying management.
Mushroom, shut it. Get back to work.
Second, rock and stone. There is no inappropriate time for rock and stone. However, it is a serious social faux pas to not salute. Remember, if you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. Speaking of faux pas, double dipping. These bars show how much ammo your team has. One serving of resupply gives 50% of your max ammo. There's 4 servings on each pod. Divide by 4 dwarves to get how many servings you're allowed to have. 1. Never double dip a resupply. Wah, but I need it. That's your problem. Take some ammo upgrades next time. If you really need more ammo, just ask. That's right, Deep Rock players have developed a heretofore unknown form of gamer communication, manners. If you see arms in the chat, that means ready, as in ready to start the objective or ready to leave. Engineers, if someone pings a mineral, they want you to platform under it. Scouts, make sure your flare game is on point first and foremost. If you see
This is what I mean, by the way, by the good 4-player co-op games coming out so rarely. It's mind-boggling to me that you need to explain this to some players because they never played either Left 4 Dead or Payday 2. Or Payday 1, of course. Yeah, those games, believe it or not, people that you meet randomly on the internet in those games, they are kinda friendly and they usually know what they are doing. To me, it's such a weird thing that you need to explain manners in such a video game, because don't use the medkit or the ammo bag only on yourself. Always ask if people are ready. People only turn unfriendly if you're either a dick or you are really bad at the game. That second one is sometimes really unfair, because what, you're gonna get mad at someone for not knowing the game? And that's true, but at the same time, what the fuck is that person doing in my realism versus lobby while he doesn't know the game or doesn't know the map? Or what is he doing in my Death Wish lobby if he clearly doesn't know how this mission goes? That fucking difficulty level is for people experienced with the game. You don't need to use the voice chat if you don't want to. You can write in the chat, yeah, ask people for more ammo, ask them if they are ready, and you are golden. You will probably get through the mission, you will forge a bond that will never break, they will add you after the game, you will be playing for them for months before the game collapses, and maybe even afterwards. I remember one guy I met in Deep Rock Galactic, I sent him an invite through Steam, only because his name was extremely funny. And we played with this guy for months. He never even wrote in the chat, he always used voice lines to communicate with us. And we played with him for months. It was fucking a beautiful friendship.
See platforms under minerals, that's your cue to mine them. Gunners! The zipline kinda sucks, not gonna lie, but if you shoot them with at least a 5-degree angle, you'll get a speed boost going down. Drillers are true egoists, beholden to none, free to shape the world around them as they please. If someone pings compacted dirt, they want you to drill it, but I don't care what you want. Do it yourself. Actually, let me give you a hand. That was the 4th griefing joke, so congratulations. Your new employee hazing period is officially over. Welcome to the team. Now let's get to work. Mission 1, point extraction. Every point extraction squad got the driller, making a schizophrenic network of tunnels that serve absolutely no purpose. Scout, hyper-focusing in a completely different cave system. Engineer, making a Kaizo Mario obstacle course that serves zero fucking purpose. Gunner, trying to mine quarks with zip lines and failing miserably. And of course, the star of the show, a giant fucking pit that every single goddamn quark falls into. Bonus points if it's too steep for zip lines. The driller could fix that for you, but he's run off to some remote corner to huff glue and read Sterner.
Your workforce is big, and it's about to get bigger.
That's because Jesus Christ is...
Digger. Deep Rock thrives in simulating the life of a blue-collar worker without regulatory oversight.
Rescue me!
We work in close proximity to heavy machinery, open flames, and dangerous chemicals. Do we have adequate facial protection? Of course not. A dwarf's greatest pride is his beard. To protect it is to shame his ancestors. And we all know how dwarves handle shame. Fuck OSHA. All my homies be committing occupational safety violations. We don't have handrails, we have grind rails. We don't wear hard hats, we wear odd hats. Mandatory sobriety testing? How about mandatory intoxication? This is not a democracy. Not drinking your beer is a kickable offense. So, you've done a lot of missions, your sack is full of minerals. What does that get you? Well, not much. Remember to always read the fine print of your employment contract. You're not here to get rich, you're here to make the company rich. Each mission, you'll make just enough to afford exactly 1/2 of an upgrade. So, slowly but surely, you'll amass a veritable arsenal of potential builds. Do you want single pit bull damage or large-scale pit swarm countermeasures? Do you prefer your napalm realm hot and chunky or thick and sticky. Either way, out here in the cold void of space, the affix board can't reach us. This game has a vast array of options, enough to make any self-respecting dwarf say, "You call that an upgrade?" This has nowhere near the required potential for self-harm. I need something bigger, badder, more dangerous. I want to disable the inertia inhibitors. I want to void the product warranty. I want overclocks. Overclocks are upgrades that significantly alter the function of your weapons. Need more ammo? Mini shells. Scout not maneuverable enough for you? Special powder. Not enough friendly fire? Fat boy. Want to do, whatever this is? Well, there's an overclock for that too. So, how do you get these overclocks? Optional machine challenges and deep dives. Machine challenges are side objectives that can randomly spawn during a mission. Each one is a fun little timed objective. Except Omen. Omen sucks. I do not like Omen. Deep dives are widely considered to be this game's ultimate challenge. It is free missions, max difficulty, back-to-back with shared resources. But that's nothing compared to this game's real ultimate challenge. Generally speaking, this community is great, but with a serious mission comes serious gamers. So make sure you check the lobby name. If you see something like Greenbeard's Welcome, Gamers Rise Up, Sneed, or Hot Single Dwarves in your area, cool, very good, rock and stone, head right in. However, if you see some shit like level 500 plus only, no fat boy, no TCF, carefully follow these steps. Connect to the lobby. Use their Steam information to track down their place of residence and identity, and then file a fake death certificate with their name. Now, if he gets pulled over, he's fucked. He wants to change jobs, he's fucked. He's lived a long and fruitful life and wants to cash out his social security benefits, he's fucked. Of course, I endorse none of this, Your Honor, and the fact that this young man died in a firefight with the IRS, well, I don't see how my video could have caused this, but I digress.
That's called a little bit trolling. A little bit of trolling.
This is Deep Rock's equivalent of an endgame. I have over 300 hours, and I still do not have the RJ250 compound. Please, God, just give it to me. It's all I truly want. In other words, the upgrades are well paced. Each mission gives just enough for you to try something new, be it new weapons, new builds, or new content. When this game came out of early access, I figured, no, that's it, no more updates. I mean, sure, they said they'd keep working on it, but you know how that always goes. Hey guys, we're a multi-million-dollar company, but we can't stop crashes in our flagship.
I was about to say Warzone 2, man. Oh, fuck. Don't do me like this. Fuck. It was supposed to be so good, man. Fuck.
Product. Sorry. All our resources are currently tied up stealing breast milk from the company fridge. Here's the messy skin.
That's not even an exaggeration.
That. All right, miners, we need you to escort a new piece of heavy machinery, make a pit stop to refuel it, then guard it during a multi-stage wave defense / boss fight as it cracks into the brain of a sentient rock. Why? I don't know. Management wants it. Oh, and you can bring back Dottie's head if you want. We don't care. Just stop unionizing. Oh, that's not fun enough for you? How about skateboarding? In point extraction, you have to pick up some rocks and put them into minehead. Boring. Lame. In the new on-site refining, you have to locate oil wells, call down a set of pump jacks, then assemble a set of pipelines that connect to the refinery. While building these pipes, dwarves use the same system of ethics that firefighters use for the nozzle. If you ever set it down, even for 1 second, it's gone. And remember, you should never, under no circumstances, ever cross the streams. Got it? Well, I didn't. Welcome to Roller Coaster Tycoon. This is the opposite of a resume. Consider it my certificate.
The older missions, some of them are kinda standard. Like the most basic ones is dig enough of this resource and just come back. But yeah, this mission is really fucking fun when you just skate around on the rails and you have to go back and forth repairing them. It's super fun.
Certificate of disqualification from ever joining a Factorio lobby. Despite my numerous emails to the devs to let me murder elves and breed the breeders, they had a different idea. Seasons. like Fortnite. Seasons are themed updates with way too much content to fully cover. The first two seasons, Rival Incursion and Rival Escalation, could be summarized like so. We may technically own this planet, but according to the UN, sovereignty requires, monopoly over violence. And someone just bought Park Place. Management wants a monopoly over those minerals, so load your weapons, sharpen your picks, and start enforcing our monopoly over violence.
Deep, dark fantasies.
A perfect spot to come back to. Yeah, if anybody watching wants to came in during that video and wants to watch that specific video, it's just available on my channel. Because last time I came back, the views just actually fucking dropped. When I paused my own video that I put, you know, in as filler, essentially. Which was pretty goddamn funny. So anyway, yeah. As for reacting to recommendations, that's probably gonna be it for me for today. But yeah, I can still like play something on stream. I've been thinking about experimenting with just playing games on stream also. But I don't know how many people are going to be interested in that. So, yeah, like at this point in my channel, I need to try out different things and see how people respond to them. So, like, I get not that certain things may not be to the liking of different people, but you know. Like, I won't know unless I try all of those things and see what's happening. So yeah, let me just do this for a second and make sure that you cannot see things in the background that I potentially wouldn't want people to see, as in like the what's happening in my browser and like things inside my YouTube account and stuff like that. And come on, man. I swear to God, he only does that when I'm talking to the microphone. He loves to show off. And yeah, there are a couple of games I actually had like lined up for myself to play based on things I watched. And like just yesterday I played The Forest for the very first time, which is this, you know, horror survival game that I saw on Mandalore's channel, and I always assumed it's just a survival game. There is no like nothing special about it too much. But yeah, he convinced me with his review that actually The Forest is a pretty fucking cool game. And I tried it, and so far I liked it. Like I said, I just played like an hour of it. And I might as well stream my stream whatever the hell I'm doing, since I wanna try out this just playing games on stream thing and see if that works out. Palworld is in early access on Friday, a Pokemon-like game with guns. Yeah, I've been following Palworld. It's that Pokemon game with essentially like slave labor and a bunch of other crazy shit like that. I didn't know it's coming out like so. It's actually coming out like right now. Damn. Damn, that time goes by fucking fast. Hopefully that game is good because the developer doesn't have the best reputation. I am fucking struggling here to get this. Okay, maybe without the full screen? My OBS really doesn't... Oh, there we go. There we go. So basically realistic if we had real life Pokemon. Yeah, that's true. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, that should hopefully work. I might not see the whole screen because it's in windowed mode and a part of it is like a little bit off. But we'll just have to see about that. The mutant child. The forest has a bunch of wacky issues because I had to change my graphics so that the game actually is not as blurry as it normally is, because for some reason that's a little bit loud. Man, flying planes sounds fucking terrifying right about now. There were so many horror stories about like plane accidents lately. No, don't take little Timmy. My camera was pointed at the wrong direction, so I didn't even see the guy. And yeah, when I started this game, it was extremely fucking blurry due to anti-aliasing, so I had to turn it off completely. And now it's sorta like you can see the jagged edges of bushes and stuff, but I honestly fucking prefer that over the goddamn blurry everything that I had before, so. And that happens to a bunch of games lately for me, and I don't know if that's just normal now. Like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 remake had literally had the same problem where everything was blurry until I turned down the anti-aliasing. When you hire people with inexperience, aware, every place hires people with inexperience, and that's wild. Like, I just watched the Netflix documentary about SeaWorld, and you would think that a person who works with huge fucking animals, the killer whales, that they would... Whoops, I just ate something poisonous. You would think that people working with massive fucking killer whales would have some experience as a marine biologist or something like that. And there are just random people who kinda are trained up at the... Come on, man. Who are just trained up on site. You need to start behaving, little man. Well, I am gonna get fucked up when it comes to combat in this game. I literally cannot hit a stationary fucking box, man. But to be fair, the attack animations in this game are weird. The fuck is that? Why is there a village here? I didn't see that when I started like my game before. I gotta put down the sound a little bit. I would be terrified of killer whales because they are basically the psychopaths of the sea. The documentary was about that, actually. Killer whales are actually very nice animals, but only in the wild, and when kept in captivity, they become just fucking unpredictable and wild. And that's why they have that that's why they have that reputation. I hate the two-handed sword special attack in Outward. Yeah, some weapons are literally carried or destroyed by how they swing. That's why I always like a spear, you know, because a spear will always have that attack and nothing fancy. Why the fuck did that just fly over here randomly, Lamau? Killing animals in this game seems like a pain in the ass. I remember Mandalore said something about them being kinda easy to kill because they bug out frequently. But so far I really struggled with that when I did like my initial run through when I started it up. I only have a love for a big as Everest, two-handed swords. Yeah, I also like heavy weapons in games, but it depends on the weapon itself and the animations. Like in Souls-likes, I really love the big clubs. Just fucking Unga Boonga, the most basic thing you can ever have. And I always have so much fun with that. So what the fuck is up with this village? Okay, fuel, nice. Is this like a settlement? Is this like a settlement for... I'm assuming by the mutilated limbs that it is a village of the... village of the cannibals. But they have a bunch of useful stuff, so I'm gonna fucking steal from them. Lamau. Very nice. Very nice piece, you know, of the unknown anonymous artist. Why is there nobody here? That's so weird. Well, I guess it would be kinda unfair if a bunch of fucking cannibals spawned right outside your initial spawn. Whenever I see a bunch of mutilated corpses like that, I only think about Path of Exile, because it lets you put some fucked up shit as decorations in your base. Oh, found a passenger apparently. The fuck is this? Oh, nice. A case of sodas. Man, survival in the wild ain't shit. Just open the boxes full of, you know, full of sodas. How hard can it be? Oh, there we go. There's some fucking cannibals. There's a lot of them, actually. I'm gonna leave. A tactical retreat, you know. There's a lot of them, actually. Holy fuck. Hopefully they don't attack me. Fuck is this? This texture looks so weird. Hello. Don't mind me, just eating some berries, you know. Enjoying the views. What the fuck is that? Squid plant. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, they are in the trees. I'm not hostile, see? Jesus fuck. I like that the enemies in this game are not necessarily like hostile towards you. But I don't remember what specifically influences their behavior too. I think Mandalore said that as long as you're not too aggressive with them, they aren't too aggressive with you or something like that. Oh, I gotta start building a camp somewhere. Can I get wood from this? Nope. Fuck, I would like to build a shelter here, but no wood. Tactical retreat is my name in Outward. Tactical retreat is also my favorite in gothic, especially when I'm doing anything with a bow. You just climb on a rock and start spamming fucking arrows at the enemies because they have no way to handle that. In Outward, they always fucking tactical roll out of the way of your arrows. Where the fuck is this tree going? Timber! What a beta male, can't even carry 3 giant logs. I'm kidding. Did I just take damage from that? Hopefully not. Okay, let's see. Programmed AI, they hit you a couple of times and they leave, but continue attacking you, attack them. Like the cannibal AI in this game, I think, carried the idea. There's a lot of them, holy fuck. When I first ran into them on my first save, like I only ran into 2 of them. I guess it's because I was in their village or something. Fuck off, Gollum, you asshole. Oh, okay. Now we're getting physical. I love that they can hit each other. That's so cool. I think a lot of their behavior is really cool. And yeah, like I said, probably carried interest with this game so far. Because if they weren't so smart... If they weren't so smart, I don't think people would be into this gameplay as much. Oh, come on. Get the fuck away. Bro is playing Dark Souls. Damn those dodges. Can I get back to my camp, man? Yeah, you can have him, but I want my camp back in. Fucker! I was talking to you. Well, you know how they do it in America. Escalate. No witnesses. They are indeed very fast. I think the 2 of them are having a bath together. Very interesting. Fascinating creatures. Did they just run under what? Holy fuck. Can they drown? One of them is not coming back up, so I'm assuming they can. Or is he just standing there? Okay, he 100% drowned. That's fucking hilarious. Hello? That one guy is being very it's very agitated. I need to build this shelter and save the game. I'm actually also pretty shocked that this game basically doesn't give you any direction. Like, I know you're supposed to go to random caves and go to caves, not random caves, but like go to caves, find a bunch of equipment. But I only know that because of Mandalore. Like, this game doesn't really say any of that. Let me check. Set up defenses. Yeah, it gives you like tips, like, you know, oh, you should set up the campfire, cook some meat, and the main objective is to find Timmy. But like, you gotta figure out a lot of shit yourself. And I don't know if I would figure this out if like it wasn't already kind of stated to me by, like I said, Mandalore in his review. There was a log here that I kind of lost. Shit. Well. Also, the lighting in this game is a little bit much. I can still hear them hanging out somewhere here, but I'm not sure where. There we go, that's where the other log went. Yeah, I will just overwrite my old save. Whoops, I just ate something by accident. I need to really change the goddamn hotkeys for everything here. Okay. I don't want to have those. Maybe meds for quick access is a good idea. I will actually eat some meds because I have a whole stack of them. I should move this a little bit because... Motherfucker! I literally can't see him. Hold on. I don't know if that's an issue with my brightness settings. I also heard that yeah, there's some filters, and a lot of people recommended the modern filters. There was another one that supposedly makes the game a lot brighter, but I also don't want to stray like from the intended experience too much. Man, will you just fucking go away, asshole? Goodbye. Fuck. There is like a lot of them, I think. Was this guy pretending to be dead? Fucking hell. I don't think I'm... not gonna lie, boys. I don't think we're gonna be friends with the cannibals. Jesus. Chill, 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 man. I literally fell. Like, 1 meter and he broke his legs. That's unfortunate. Thank God I saved, but I also don't think this is like a game over right away. Because this happened to me once. Well, there we go. Hello, man. Does he drop anything if I keep beating him to death? Ooh, money. Oh, there we go. That's something I desperately wanted. The actual fucking map to see where the hell am I going. What the fuck? Okay. I think you can combine booze with rags to make Molotovs, so I'm gonna do just that. And yeah, there we go. Can I? Oh, okay, it doesn't work like that, sadly. I don't know if booze is useful for anything else. Well, I guess I will find out the hard way. Hello? What the fuck was that? It only now counted this passenger? Didn't I hit him like twice? Or is this a different body? Okay, it might be a different... I'm not fucking sure at this point. So I'm pretty sure caught up to what I did at first. Which was, yeah, I set up a little camp, I got caught, and I picked up the map and compass. And that's basically all I did when I checked the game out yesterday for the first time. A jealous god punishes a parent's fault on their children. Whatever, bro. What is that? Teeth? Fingers? Fingers, I think. Nice decorations. Oh, here we go. Now I'm clean. Jesus, the caves are really goddamn... The caves are really goddamn dark in this game. And I think I actually upped the brightness because I was really annoyed that I couldn't see like even to the sides. Hello. Shit. Okay, he's actually dead. I think I can build a temporary shelter to save here. Well, if I had enough resources, that is. Okay, let's not do that then. Where? Why can't I go? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, nice. Sticks. I like sticks. What is this? Is that like a little figurine or something? Damn it, take the helmet. Why not? Oh, this looks bad. You need a lot of sticks for that goddamn temporary shelter, man. Okay. Well, that was a little late. See? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, let's try this then. Where the fuck are they? Oh, there we go. Did I just miss? Okay, it went into the ground, obviously. Fuck me. Okay, now I got them. And myself, I think. Fucking hell. Come here, you fucking asshole. You pussy. You motherfuckers live like this? Jesus Christ. I didn't even register that there were those many in this cave. I just saw 2 dudes. I thought this is like a cave with 2 dudes. Hopefully my fucking weapon doesn't break. But I don't think that's a feature in this game, thank God. What the fuck? What is that? Why can't I pick this up? Is there like a inventory limit you have? Okay. I'm not sure what's the... Oh, I already have 1 can. Okay. Use with lighter. So this is like an improvised weapon. Gotcha. Stop. Stop touching my microphone, man. Go away. Shush. What? Okay. That's all. Yes, you're very cute and handsome. Now sit down. Don't bite me! No! If I die because of you, I swear to God. I wanna check, actually... Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go for like another 30 or so minutes. Get my basic bearings and stuff, and hope and like call it a day. So okay, I got a cassette tape, but I can't really play it. I'm also kinda running out of health. How big is this fucking cave? Oh fuck. Don't know if I can do anything here. Yeah. There's a rope here. I don't know that. Well, it can't really go back to where I was because I came from a different direction, so. But I should probably go to the bottom first, right? Shit, I am already so lost. What the fuck is that? Is that bodies in the water? Okay. Oh Jesus. Don't tell me that can actually kill me. Holy fuck. What is that? Is it like fucking computers or something? I can't do anything with that, so it's kinda pointless, I guess. And I guess that's the end of this cave, because there's nowhere else here to go. Well, I could swim into that hole, but I think you need like one of the items you get later allows you to swim underwater for longer. So, and I think I need to... And I think I need that to dive in there. And besides, I don't see jack shit down there. I don't know if there is something that helps you see underwater. Like a flashlight or something. But I guess I'm gonna come back some other time. Oh wait, I can... Hold on. It says I can go somewhere here. Oh, this map is not as precise as I thought. Shit. This doesn't give actual light. That's a disappointment. This is where I came from, and there's a way up there. Let's check that out and let's get the fuck out of here. What the fuck just happened to me? Jesus. Mandalore wasn't kidding when he said that this game feels a little bit unfinished. Okay, nice. New outfit. Let's go. Beautiful piece of artwork. Done by an upcoming artist. And there's booze, sticks, anything like actually good. Can't carry any more booze. More Molotovs it is then. If I can have more Molotovs. Damn, I have a lot of cloth. And this is a dead end, I think, in the map. I don't think the map can help me much in this case. Man, and the fucking items keep going into the ground. Jesus Christ. Fuck. What? I can't have any more Molotovs, I guess? Not sure what this is all about, honestly. So I'm done with this cave, I guess. us back to where I was already. I would build that shelter, but not enough leaves, I'm assuming. I'm not even sure where the leaves are even in your inventory. What is the compass? Is it just a normal compass? Oh, I got an achievement for using it, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's just a normal compass. Not sure how useful that is going to be. I keep getting stuck here. That's so annoying. Is this way the exit? The fuck is this? Okay, there's way more to this cave than I thought there's going to be. I should probably really get the fuck out of here. But I have a lot of Molotovs though. And that can of... oh shit. That can of bug spray, I guess. Let's see. Do this and this. There we go. Okay, that's literally just nothing. Nice. Oh, nice rope. My cat is meowing and there are a lot of corpses here. And some noises that I don't like. Pretzel! Where the fuck is that noise coming from? Oh. Okay, it's that, I guess. Don't tell me I just died. Okay, those fucking child things are dangerous apparently. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna turn in for the day, guys. I will definitely come back with some more of The Forest or other games, and obviously reactions to your recommendations. At some point I will set up the reminder in my schedules on my channel. But yeah, honestly it was really fucking fun to go through all of that with the chat. And yeah, Hopefully, you know, we meet each other for the next stream, and those watching later, hopefully you join us live, so you can make your suggestions, ask me questions, and you know, give your input. And yeah, that will be all for today, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, we'll see each other in the next one. I gotta go put some food in me, but because watching all of those dead children made me fucking hungry. What? I mean, I'm hungry, sorry. I don't know where that came from.